Hi guys! This is going to be day 7 of the ASAP Rocky trial. We are still in the state's case in chief. Yesterday we had a surprise witness. It was Wally. We got confirmation that it's Wally and not Wale. It was a great time. I actually just uploaded Wally's full testimony with the breaks cut out up on the channel. So if you missed yesterday and you want to catch up on what the heck happened, go check that testimony out. You can watch it on 1.5, 2 times speed, and then come over and watch day 7 with us. Just crazy, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff went down. Let me get this screen up, because yesterday court had started and the chat was like, Cat, pay attention. Chat's live. Court's live. So we'll keep this up here. We won't miss a thing. Not to quote Aerosmith there. Daily Eye is starting off the chat here with help. I think you're role-playing as the prosecution. Thank you to FFS in here holding it down, asking how everybody's doing. Hope you're doing well. Michelle B says, I'm not looking forward to hearing Lewin's voice at all. And it's interesting, with the stuff I've covered on this channel, I feel like the prosecution, the cases I've talked about, they haven't been very likable. But there are some cases I've watched where the prosecution was super tidy, was doing things by the book, and it sucks that it seems like there's such an imbalance. It seems like that's not as common. For example, I really liked the prosecution team in the Darrell Brooks trial. Maybe that was just such an easy case to bring against Darrell Brooks, but I thought they did everything the way they needed to do. So not all prosecutors suck completely. But Lewin has been particularly irritable or itchy. Good afternoon to Shannon Alexander. Hey to Cutthroat, hope you're doing well. Kendrick's got the hey cat with the ... You got more on your mind? Let me know. Hey Positive Q. Hey Chad Diggy. Chad Diggy with the reminder to hit that like button, especially while we wait. Betsy. Hey y'all, big and excited here. Let's see. HTX Cast, good to see you. Jury should take no more than an hour. Yeah, do you guys have like over-unders on how long you think deliberations will take? I know that's like a tricky question when we don't know what jury instructions will look like, but let's say for the sake of simplicity, the 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm is charged under 245B. Those 2 counts are what goes back to the jury. And that's supposed to be, I thought it was for the casings, each casing, but it's really for the 2 different points in time. The parking garage area and then the open car lot, parking lot area. If those are the 2 charges, how long do you think deliberations will take? Let's do 2 hours, over or under. Let's see. Violet says, Chad Diggy, I'm sorry I broke the 3rd rule with my disrespectful comment about the trial's prosecution team. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Chad Diggy says that's a special exception. Good afternoon to Jason. Hey to talk to me, I talk back. Chat, make sure you talk back. Amanda, good morning. It's just a ton of stuff going on. I mean, I think it'd be pretty difficult to go point by point with some of the things that were said yesterday, but we had Relli come back and correct the record because he was looking to get his story straight over the weekend, and this whole shooting range, the gun range video that he swore was in another state, but knew that it definitely wasn't in California, it wasn't in Los Angeles. He comes back in and says, over the weekend I realized that was actually in Los Angeles. And it was on October 16th, 2021, just a few weeks before this alleged shooting where Rocky allegedly shot at him. I don't know, just a hot mess. With Wally, the prosecution used every second that they had. When Wally showed up as a surprise witness, they used every second that they had to play these recorded phone calls from May and August of 2022. And quite frankly, aside from the fact that Relli is in those calls repeating some of the same details, he shot me, I guess the consistency in Relli's words is the best the prosecution had to work with. But if you don't find Relli credible, does it really matter that he's able to say the same thing when the incident happened, a few days after the incident happened, and again a month, 2 months, 3 months later? when other details are inconsistent. It's not enough with a witness like Relli for me. But holy moly, we've got some mentions of, you know, Relli speaking to Wally and describing how, you know, they were bumping chests and Rocky took his gun out in self-defense. That was a weird word. Maybe I misunderstood what Relli was trying to say there, but it seemed like a slip-up. Lots of things about just what we heard Joe Tacopina bring up in questioning. I can go to an island, I want my millions, I can go to an island and disappear, and then the prosecution won't have a case because they won't have their accusatory witness, the one that filed the complaint. That is not a good look to have. That's not a good look. And I'll say, there are people out there, all things considered, that actually are victims of something and don't want to press charges, don't want to testify in court. I just don't think with all of the context, there's just so much here, I just don't think that that applies to Relli. So you are more than welcome to disagree. We welcome that in the chat. But this is just like such an exception. Also, huge shout out here. You guys are going bananas in the chat with the gifts already. Idiot Wind, thank you so much, gifting 10. Hold on, we gotta get this is a good time to update my banner. Yeah, we have the remaining objections yesterday, 1 out of 1, with that little bit of redirect. Lewin was not going to let that man catch his flight. So let me update this, and we're going to get Idiot Win. Thank you so much for gifting 10. Day 7. As far as witnesses today, you guys, the state needs to get information in on the record about ASAP Rocky's home search. It took place in April 2022, so that's like almost 6 months after the incident. Well, it might have been more depending on the actual date of the search. But about 6 months after the incident took place, they finally have the search warrant and execute it so they can search Rocky's home. I mean, so you've got a 6-month gap. And this is where they recover a magazine that has 9mm rounds in it, but it's a different brand of ammunition that's in that magazine than what was recovered from the scene. So we're going to see, we have to have a witness come in and introduce that, so I expect we'll get that today or maybe tomorrow. We also need to get someone to come in and testify about this ballistics report that the state thinks is going to make this a lock and seal deal. So depending on how long they take to question witnesses, with officers, they're typically pretty quick. I think we might move through a lot. I feel like we might get state to rest their case tomorrow or so. So then we'll get the defense presenting their witnesses besides the surprise witness. But thank you again. Let's get this banner updated. Again, this Day 7 is going to be sponsored by Idiot Wind, and I see a few others coming in for sponsorships. This in here, 30 new members of the collective already. We are growing. And don't forget, we are celebrating Chloe Albert's revenge, Amber Dawn Them Johnson's birthdays all week. If you have a birthday, shout it out in the chat. We'll get older together. If this trial, you know, if you're trying to get old and celebrate a birthday, this trial might be a good way to age yourself. Big thank you, Peter Ortiz, coming in right behind Idiot Wind with 20 more gifted memberships. You guys know the drill. We've got this boom emoji. I don't even have my YouTube up. I need your help, chat. Drop some boom emojis here in the chat to celebrate for Peter. He's always, as long as I've known him, even before I was really doing YouTube, he always put the boom emoji when he said a chat. So that's why I think of that. But now with ASAP Relli on the stand, when he didn't want to like give details, he would start going boom, 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 whatever. So now that's just Peter's thing now. We're making that Peter's thing. So it's been a great time. Miranda, yeah, so from what I understand, and maybe we'll hear differently, but just what I read briefly, it's Rocky and Rihanna's home. Rocky and Rihanna's home. So let's see. Yeah, lots of booms in the chat. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Good birthday wishes here. Happy birthday to all the Febs. That sounds funny, all the Febs. It's like Feds, but... And hold on, because something's making my camera jumpy. I wonder what it is. Let me, like... I don't know. Why is it doing this? Oh, you know what? It might be because of the chat. I wonder if that makes it better. Well, we'll have to figure it out. We'll get used to it. As far as directed verdict, I mean, I don't think the judge would be in a proper position to issue a directed verdict here. Now, I'm aware, and Justice Served podcast, they're reporting today again that the judge made a similar comment on, are you sure you want to keep prosecuting this case? Like, there's like an integrity issue. But for a judge to make a directed verdict, it's typically a matter of law or a matter of sufficiency of the evidence. And while I don't think that the evidence on the record that supports the state's case is all that convincing or credible, it's still there, right? And it's up to the jury to decide if it's credible or not. But because there is something that a reasonable person could find is sufficient, I don't think the judge can issue a directed verdict here. Yeah, I'm breaking, right? I don't know. Maybe I have like mystery windows open that I don't know about. Typically my camera will do that when I have like 4 YouTube channel tabs up when I'm like grabbing links to share with you guys. It doesn't play nice. I don't know, maybe we'll just do this. Maybe we'll just like refresh this up. Maybe it'll just be nice. Nicola says, stop, Peter. Boom, boom, boom. Heck yeah, don't forget the no squabble zone. That is totally love the no squabble zone thing from the judge. That's the judge himself saying that his courtroom is not a squabble zone. Oh boy. Big thank you again to Idiot Wind and to Peter Ortiz, the honorary sponsors here of the super amazing ASAP Rocky trial. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, good afternoon, Cat Chat. I hear the slight delay is due to them being unable to extract Relli from the locker they stuffed him in last night. Oh boy. Oh boy. Can you imagine if they call him for rebuttal? I mean, I really don't think that they would, but just can you imagine if the state feels like they need to bring him back once again? Let's see. Yeah, and just tried to look real quick. No updates here on why we're not starting on time, but who knows? Yeah, I don't know why I'm frozen. Let me see if this changes it. Oh no, now I'm a circle. Now it's just giving me a circle. That obviously did not fix it. Okay. Nope. Still freezing. Still freezing. Oh, maybe it's better. Maybe it just needed a second. Okay. Oh my gosh, is it better? That's weird. Okay, so my PC has an NVIDIA graphics card, and NVIDIA did an update recently, and when I just looked, it looked like StreamYard was just pulling my regular camera as a feed rather than using the NVIDIA broadcast bypass. And I'm wondering if they were like competing with each other, since NVIDIA was also trying to use something with it and StreamYard was pulling the base camera. I don't know, but am I like good to you guys now? We would have done it frozen. We would have made it through frozen. I would have kept going. Hey to Jenny. Jenny saying hey to the KNW gang. Yeah, Pop Tot says Relli's testimony should warrant a directed verdict. I mean, that would be really nice, I think. He essentially admitted to extortion. Yeah, I think there's sufficient evidence there for criminal charges for extortion. I would argue perjury, but again, I mean, this prosecutor... like, there are times where you think that they would, like, step it back a little bit and continue with what they've got, but not, like, really treat this like this is the final countdown. Lewin was losing his mind with the way he was raising his voice yesterday. It was so over the top the way he was speaking to the witness, Wally. And, you know, I get that he tried to get a +1, and maybe it worked. Maybe it worked on some jurors with the idea of, you know, you started to record... Am I freezing again? You started to record Relli's calls, but why didn't you do the same to Rocky? And he's trying to put forth the possibility that he was just trying to remain in good favor for financial reasons with ASAP Rocky, right? Trying to go to his credibility or bias, which is fair. That's what he's supposed to do. But he kept raising his tone. He was getting weird about certain things. And, you know, I don't know. I think Wally did a good job of just actually listening to what he was being asked and answering what he was being asked. And every time the answer didn't seem to be what Lewin wanted to hear, Lewin would, like, say, that's not what I asked, but then when he would repeat what he asked, the question would be changed a little bit. Like, it was weird. It was weird. So, just a whole mess. We've got Bariqua Jewel here watching from the bushes. We love our workers and lurkers in the chat. Let's see. NC Tar Heel Mom, good to see you. Thank you so much for the super. Says, hey everyone from sunny and hot North Carolina. Yeah, I'm down here in Florida. We've got... Let me actually check the... Yeah, we're 81 right now. So this is like record high for this day of the year. And I'm getting an advertisement. 3 new Buc-ee's are planned. Some state is getting 3 new Buc-ee's. I don't know which states, but shout out to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is like an American icon rest stop gas station. Oh, holy moly. No, Peter. I did have a long work night last night, but it is not cold. It is not cold. It's definitely not cold. Okay, so yep, Amanda Robinson is saying Lewin was the exact same way in the Durst trial. Do you think it made a difference though? Like, I mean, Durst, you know, that was like a murder trial. So I don't know, sometimes just because the jury comes in like wanting to find closure for a murder, I feel like maybe the jurors are a bit more forgiving to a prosecutor that's like overzealous, to put it nicely. Yeah, allegedly maybe that's how I felt, that Lewin kept trying to put words in Walle's mouth. And the extra, the raising of the voice, it was a little excessive for that type of witness. So any constructive questioning at face value that Lewin almost accomplished was wiped away by the, like, screaming at this calm witness. Oh, boy. Hey to Heart of Inspiration. Heart of Inspiration is checking on the chat, asking, how is everybody doing today? Love that. Dolly is rating. Hey to Dolly Talk.
I don't know how they could get more false.
All right, we are in.
I'd admonish you, don't look at anything on the internet or read anything about this case. And one of the reasons is because you can't rely on what you're reading. So,
all right, that's the Law and Crime feed freezing because their banner's still moving. A juror is in trouble. Oh my God, a juror is in trouble, guys.
Your decision in this case.
Yeah, and that's Law and Crime again, you guys, because their banner, their ticker's still moving. I want to hear them yell. Yeah, we're Dolly, look what you did, Dolly. You came in and jurors getting yelled at.
Right about that. You don't mind just kind of facing me a ratio right now.
All right, we got an officer witness.
The testimony you may give in the cause nothing before this court. So the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be God. I do. Please take a seat in the witness stand. We're going to adjust the microphone there and state and spell your name.
Kirk Anderson, Kirkanderson.
I forgot to mention this to you. The clock on the wall is getting worse. Yesterday it was like 4 minutes off. Now it's about 7 minutes off. So we're not going by that clock. I got a wristwatch, we'll go by the wristwatch. And I have 10 minutes before.
It's about 5 over.
What?
It's only about 5 over.
It's still, it's misleading. So we're going to go by, and I'm sure all your watches synchronize our
Judge
watches.
just called the clock
10 minutes to
misleading.
11. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you start by telling the jury who you work for
I work for Los Angeles Police Department.
and how long have you been a police officer for?
A little over 9 years.
Which station were you working at in November of 2021?
Hollywood Police Station.
And on November 8th, 2021 specifically, were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day at Hollywood Police Station?
I was working the front desk.
What does that mean when you say working the front desk?
It's a patrol assignment to the desk where people come in and you take reports and help citizens out.
Would that literally mean you're sitting at kind of the front desk in the lobby of the police station?
Correct.
And the people that you're talking about, you take reports from, would those be citizens that walk in off the street to report crimes to you at the desk?
Yes.
On November 8th, 2021, did you interview a man by the name of Terell Ephron?
Yes, I did.
Her 8th
And
interview.
how is it that you came to interview him that day?
He walked into the lobby of the police station.
When he came in, was he alone or was he with anyone else?
He said he was with a lawyer. There was a man in a suit that was with him.
It's not just that he told you he was with a lawyer, you also saw this man wearing a suit.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you find out he was a lawyer or just see a man in a suit?
If you can tell the jury broadly, what was it that Mr. Ephron was there to report?
He said he was a victim of a shooting and that he was shot by a known celebrity by the name of A$AP Rocky.
In addition to tell you that the person who had shot him was A$AP Rocky, did he tell you that person's true or legal name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that name that he gave?
Rakim Mayers.
Did Mr. Ephron tell you how it was that he knew Mr. Mayers?
He said they'd known each other for about 15 years, and he was part of a group called A$AP Mob.
When you say he told you that, was that Mr. Ephron telling you that only Mr. Mayers was part of it, or that both of them were part of that group?
That both of them were part of it.
Before we get to actual shooting that Mr. Ephron told you about, did Mr. Ephron tell you about anything that happened just prior to the shooting between him and Mr. Mayers?
Ephron said that he heard that A$AP Rocky was talking bad about him over the cell phone, and that was the day prior to the shooting.
Did Mr. Ephron tell you that he specifically heard the defendant talking bad about him, or that he heard about the defendant talking bad about him?
He heard about the defendant talking about him.
So did he tell you that he heard words coming out of the defendant's mouth?
Objection to the leading, Your Honor. Foundational. Repeat. Objection to the leading. Foundation.
I don't recall specifically.
Did you document it in your report?
I did.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes.
Okay.
The report Relli said was fake or wrong.
That happened. To distract their attention.
It is Taco Tuesday. It really name dropped A$AP and probably said he started everything.
Does that refresh your memory to what Mr. Ephron told you?
Yes.
And did he tell you that he specifically heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him, or that he heard about Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He stated that he heard Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him.
Okay. Did he give you any more information about how it was that he overheard that information?
He did not.
What did Mr. Ephron tell you that he did after he heard Mr. Mayers talking bad about him?
He sent a text message to a friend that he said A$AP Rocky was being fake.
And did Mr. Ephron tell you that that friend was a mutual friend of theirs, or just his own personal friend?
I believe it was a mutual friend.
Did Mr. Ephron tell you where this encounter or incident first took place?
Yes, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Are you at all familiar with 6200 Hollywood Boulevard?
I drove by there to major intersection area.
Is 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, is that a very large building in Hollywood?
Yes,
Takes up almost the entire city block, correct?
correct.
Did Mr. Ephron narrow down for you where at that building their initial encounter took place?
They said it was at the driveway.
Any more detail about what the driveway either led into?
I believe it was a parking garage.
Okay. Did Mr. Ephron tell you when that meeting at the parking lot took place in reference to when the phone call was that he overheard where Mr. Mayers was talking bad about him?
Yes, the following day on November 6th at 10 p.m. was when they met in the driveway.
So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, Mr. Ephron said he overheard this phone call, then the very next day is when the driveway incident took place?
Yes.
All right. Did he give you any specific date, day, or time when that meeting at the parking lot took place?
Yes, 10 p.m.
Do you remember the date?
November 6th.
And do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Would you have documented it in your report?
I don't believe the specific day is.
Okay. But November 6th of 2021?
Yes.
What did Mr. Ephron tell you when he occurred, when he first got to that parking garage?
So when he got there, he saw ASAP Rocky, and he saw two mutual friends of his and ASAP Rocky. One he said name was ASAP Ills, and the other one I believe goes by the name of 12E.
Did he tell you that those two men, Ills and 12E, were with Mr. Mayers?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was the next thing that he told you happened?
He said from about 5 to 10 feet away, ASAP Rocky pulled out a black handgun from his waistband and told him, "What's up now, pussy?"
So according to what this officer is relaying that he was told and memorialized in his report, this is why Relli was saying it's wrong. This is not the timeline that Relli testified to, at least not consistently. He did switch it up a bit. And the handgun part happens after they're already having a physical touching confrontation. But now he initially walked into this police station on November 8th and said, I show up, Rocky and two other guys that we both know we're mutual friends with, I see them there, and from 5 to 10 feet away, meaning no contact, physical contact yet, Rocky just pulls out unprovoked, which matches his original, statement that he gave attorneys to give to Rolling Stone. Unprovoked. Oops! Big oops, chat. I broke it. I broke it. But that's a big oops.
Okay. What did he tell you happened immediately after that?
He then pointed the handgun at Ephron and said, "I will kill you right now," approximately 2 to 3 times.
And then what did he tell you happened after that?
All right. So he's standing 5 to 10 feet away. And apparently, this is what Relli's telling this officer. He's standing 5 to 10 feet away. He pulls out his firearm. And he has the time, "I will kill you right now. I will kill you right now. I will kill you right now." And I know that still seems like a short amount of time, but where, even though we don't see all angles from that one parking garage video, where does that fit in the timeline of the video? It's a quick little push around. How does that match the video?
ASAP Ills and 12B tried to intervene and de-escalate the situation, and they all walked over together to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
all
Did
walk
he
together.
tell you who, if anyone, was the first person to walk away?
They were in front of him when they were walking to that location.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
ASAP Rocky, ASAP Bills, and 12D.
All right. And what did Mr. Ephron tell you he did after that first altercation at the parking garage?
Once they got to the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar, he said ASAP Rocky turned around and fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at Ephron.
Okay. Before we get there, I want to go back to the parking garage really quickly. Did Mr. Ephron tell you at any point that the defendant specifically pointed the handgun at him?
Yes.
He told you, or yes, that he did? What did he tell you with regard to that?
After he said, "What's up, pussy?" he pointed the handgun, and he stated, "I will kill you right now." At it.
Okay. That was when you, okay, thank you. Where again did he tell you that the rounds were fired?
At the area of Selma and Vista Del Mar.
And how many shots did he tell you he believed were fired?
Approximately 3 to 4.
Did he tell you whether he was struck by any of the gunfire?
Yes, he said he was struck in his left hand knuckles area.
When he walked into the police station, you had a chance to observe him, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Could you see any injury to his left hand knuckle area?
I did see an injury to his hand knuckles.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I previously marked as equals 17. You recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And does that appear consistent with the injuries that you saw to Mr. Ephron
It
on
does.
November 8th? And you said that was to which of his hands?
His left hand.
Did he tell you which hand was his dominant hand?
Okay. After the gunshots were fired, what did Mr. Ephron tell you happened next?
He said he ran off one direction, and ASAP Rocky and others ran off another direction.
Where did Mr. Ephron tell you that he went?
Eventually, he made his way back to his hotel, the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
Okay. What, if anything, did he tell you he did after he got to his hotel?
After he got to the hotel, he said approximately an hour later, he came back to the scene of Selma and Vista Del Mar, and he said he collected 2 casings off the ground.
Did he tell you at all about documenting where he observed those 2 cartridge casings?
Yeah, he provided a photo of the casings on the street.
Did he actually show you a photo?
Yes.
Okay. You said Mr. Ephron told you this happened on November 6th, but he was reporting it to you on November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Did you ask him specifically why he waited to the 2 days to report this to you?
He said he wanted to have a lawyer with him.
Did you ask what state he was living in at the time you were talking to him?
I don't recall.
Do we have the evidence? Show us the casings in person. Woohoo!
Direct you to the top.
Oh no, maybe not.
Cover page of your
Just the report.
if that assists you in refreshing your recollection.
Yes.
What state did he say he was living?
New York?
It must be his handcuffs rattling. Something
And
metal
did
is
you ask him
rattling.
specifically why he was in Los Angeles at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. You said that Mr. Ephron At the time he walked into the police station on November 8th, he had 2 fired cartridge cases, correct?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe that in more detail for the jury?
It was 2 steel casings. It said 9mm Luger on each of them.
How did he have them?
It was in a black plastic bag.
Okay. And did he physically give them to you?
He gave me the plastic bag and I took them out of the plastic bag.
What did you do with them after you received them?
It was booked as evidence, so I put them inside of an evidence envelope, and then I sealed it and wrote the information on the envelope.
When you say you booked it as evidence, what is that? Can you just describe for the jury what exactly that means?
So it gets sealed up. I write my name on the envelope. I write the contents inside of the envelope. Then it gets assigned a DR number, which is specific to this case. And then it goes inside of for at Hollywood Police Station, it goes inside of a closet where we store all the evidence.
Did you seal it before you store it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 32. If it can just be labeled as envelope and its contents.
Yes.
Huge thank you. W's in the chat for, well, boom's in the chat for Peter. Guys, if you're not looking at the screen, check your screen. You may have just gotten a gifted membership from Peter. So say thank
In
you.
the bottom right-hand corner on this envelope. I'm going to show you first the envelope and ask if you recognize what we see here.
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the envelope for where I seal the casings. That's the information I wrote on it.
Okay, and this would actually be the envelope you filled out that night, correct?
Correct.
It has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
And your badge for serial number?
Yes.
Okay. You said the date is on there, correct?
Correct.
And a description of the contents, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned this number at the top right that's labeled DR number.
Yes.
Is that number that we see there 2106-18784?
It is.
Is that number unique within LAPD to this case specifically?
Yes, specifically just this case.
So there will be no other case in LAPD that also utilizes that?
Correct.
All right.
This is all just chain of custody.
Now, in addition to that number, the DR number that's unique to this case, do you also assign a separate number to the items that you are receiving? Like an item number?
I don't understand.
Sure. When you book something into evidence, let's take more generally. In any case, would you agree with me that you or other people working on the case may, over the course of the case, book multiple items under one case number or DR number, correct?
Correct.
So let's say on the first day you collect one item and you book it, and on the second day you collect another item and you book that second item. Would the first item that you collect be booked as item number 1 under that DR number?
Yes, it would.
And then on the next day when you collect another item, would that be booked as item number 2 under this same DR number?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that in this case, what number did you assign to the casings that Mr. Ephron provided to you?
Item number 1.
So both casings would be item number 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, once you go through that whole process that you talked about, receiving the item, packaging it, putting it in the envelope, sealing it, where does it go?
It goes in our evidence closet, and then the next day the evidence employee takes it and puts it in the evidence room.
Does it go to something within LAPD called the property division?
Yes.
And is it held there until it's needed at any time in the future?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to open the envelope, if you would. Do you have a knife or any way of opening it? Underneath.
I just pull it open.
I feel like we're playing like DIY evidence. Sandata, this is like for chain of custody. This is the officer that spoke with Relli on November 8th, 2 days after the shooting when Relli went to the police station to bring in the casings. And oddly, he said that Relli had an attorney with him because there was a man with a suit standing with him. That's as far as the prosecutor asked, so I don't know if there's more there. And then he says that the evidence was brought in a black plastic bag, but Relli said it was a Dunkin' Donuts bag. Specifically that he went to a Dunkin' Donuts to get a pen and a paper bag. So, and what's weird is this is California, so I highly doubt that Dunkin' Donuts is using plastic bags. It sounds like a corner store bag.
I'm going to take out, would you agree with me that inside of the larger envelope, there's a smaller envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And
Oh,
it
it's
has
like a Russian
number
doll
1
thing.
on it, correct?
Correct.
And it has the same unique DR number on it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll forgive the lack of gloves because there's no chain of custody anyway. Oh, the ASAP mods. I like that. Tremaine McCann said ASAP mods. Mod love all the time. Love that.
Can I borrow the knife one more time?
And now remember, he gives the police Rocky's name on November 8th, but they don't execute a search warrant on Rocky's home until April of 2022. So,
Okay.
look at Taco.
Officer Anderson, I'll put them on the Elmo here. One. Now, do these appear similar to the cartridge cases that you received that night?
Yes, they do.
Do you specifically
Luger.
remember exactly the cartridge cases that were given to you?
Yes,
You do. And are these those same exact cartridge cases?
they are.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's called a head stamp on a cartridge case?
I'm not.
You're not. Are you familiar with kind of the words that are written on the back of the cartridge case?
Yes.
And in this case, what caliber of ammunition would these cartridge cases be?
9mm.
9mm Luger?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the same cartridge casings that Mr. Ephron brought to you that you packaged up and booked into property division, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I got nothing else, Your Honor. I'm gonna, just for the record, I'm gonna put them back in the smaller envelope, and then I'm gonna put the smaller envelope back into the larger.
All right. Who wants to question officer next? All right. See you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Officer.
Good morning.
You've never spoken before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as a law enforcement officer, when you're interviewing someone making a complaint, you want to make sure your report is as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's look at the other
And
guy.
that's because you understand that the report may be relied upon in the future at hearing from a trial like this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on November 8th, 2021, you said you were working at the front desk at the Hollywood police station?
Yes.
And at 7:20 that day, Terell Ephron came into the station and made a complaint to you about an alleged shooting, right?
Yes.
And obviously that's a serious complaint, right?
Correct.
So it's important for you to be as careful in taking down this information as possible, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you memorialized that information in a written report, correct?
Yes.
In fact, that report was reviewed and approved by your supervisor, Officer Deneen, correct?
Correct.
Now, as detailed in your report, Mr. Ephron told you about an incident, if you just described it, that occurred on November 6, 2021, involving Mr. Mayers and 2 other people he identified as ASAP Ills and 12 people, right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, if you testify to this, Mr. Ephron told you that as he was approached by Mr. Mayers pulled out a gun from 5 to 10 feet away. Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
In fact, the first page of your investigative report has a pre-printed box, which is called weapon, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's for you to identify any weapon that a complainant reports to you, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you made a note in that report of a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if a knife were involved in an incident, that's an important fact you would know, right?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't make any note of a knife in this case, either in that pre-printed box or in the narrative portion of your report, correct?
Correct.
And that's obviously because Mr. Ephron, when reporting to you what happened, didn't tell you that 12E displayed a knife to him during the incident, right?
He did not.
Right. In fact, Mr. Ephron made no mention of a knife being involved in this incident, correct?
Correct.
To the contrary, rather than displaying a knife, Mr. Ephron told you that 12E actually attempted to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And he told you that ASAP Ills also tried to de-escalate the situation, correct?
Yes.
Now, during your interview with Mr. Ephron, he also told you that he returned to the scene of the incident approximately an hour later.
Yes.
Is that right? And he gave you those 2 shell casings that he claimed to recover from the scene, the ones we just saw, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Sustained is the word claim.
Okay. He gave you the 2 shell casings that he told you he recovered from the scene, right?
Yes.
Just so it's clear, Mr. Ephron told you he recovered those shell casings about an hour after the incident on November 6, 2021, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't give them to you until 2 days later, November 8, 2021, right?
Yes.
Now, after you received the shell casings from Mr. Ephron, you requested that they be examined for latent prints.
I did.
And obviously, as an experienced law enforcement officer, you wouldn't have requested an examination that you knew would be useless. Am I correct?
Correct.
Right. So you requested that examination for latent prints because you understood that fingerprints can be lifted off shell casings, right?
Yes.
Right.
He didn't wear gloves.
Now, when speaking with Mr. Ephron on November 8, 2021, he told you that he had a small scrape on his left hand from the incident, right?
Yes.
In fact, you saw a picture of it on the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after him telling you about that small scrape and you seeing it, you clearly didn't see a need to get him an ambulance or some type of medical treatment, right?
Right.
In fact, at that time, on November 8, 2021, you discussed with Mr. Ephron if any medical treatment, what if any medical treatment he already received for that small scrape. You asked him about that, right?
Yes.
And what he told you was, I just treated it myself on the day of the occurrence, right?
Correct.
Dr. Dre.
Now, you were asked by Mr. Presnick about the reported statements that Mr. Ephron made to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, when Mr. Ephron made all of his statements to you, he had a civil lawyer standing next to him, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you asked Mr. Ephron why he waited 2 days to report the incident, and he told you it's because he wanted to have a lawyer present with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Ephron tell you
Was
that
it?
another reason he waited to report the incident is because he was attempting to contact Mr. Mayer's quote-unquote people, including his manager, Mr. Mayer's manager, trying to get money before he even contacted a lawyer. Did he tell you that?
No.
In fact, Mr. Ephron never told you that before coming to see you, meaning before he made his report to the police, that he had already texted a screenshot of the scraped fingers to Mr. Mayer's manager with messages saying that he, Mr. Ephron, was getting rich. He never told you that, right?
No.
Assumes facts and
I'm asking you, and the answer was he never conveyed that to you, right?
Correct.
Right. In fact, Mr. Ephron also did not tell you that before coming to the police, he had already sent a text message to his own business associate saying, quote, I want to get this N-word's money, referring to Mr. Mayers. He never told you that either, right?
Right.
And Mr. Ephron also did not tell you that before making his report to the police, before he came to you, Mr. Mayers texted him that Mr. Ephron was trying to extort him, that Mr. Ephron should stop calling Mr. Mayers' manager, and that Mr. Ephron should call the police. He never told you any of that, did he?
He did not.
Thank you very much. I don't have anything right.
Thanks, Mr. Selma.
How long did you estimate your interview of Mr. Ephron was?
Approximately maybe 20 minutes.
And included in that 20 minutes, some of that time was when you actually writing down or documenting things on your report?
Yes.
Is your report a verbatim transcript of what Mr. Ephron told you, or a summary?
A summary.
The gun that Mr. Ephron reported was pointed at him. Did he tell you what kind of gun it was? Meaning, was it a revolver or semi-automatic?
He just said black handgun.
Okay. Did you document something in your report that it was a specific type of gun?
I have to review the report.
What did he tell you?
It was a semi-automatic.
Okay. You were asked about latent fingerprints. How many times are you aware of latent fingerprints being lifted off of cartridge cases?
I want to know the answer. How many times?
I mean, have you ever received a latent print report documenting fingerprints on fired cartridge cases yourself personally?
No.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Siegel? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, Officer Anderson.
Thank you.
Next witness.
My next witness is Detective Flores.
Detective Flores also spoke with, this is one of the ones that's in the video as well, Detective Flores.
Thank you. Selma states that the testimony you may give in the cause not been before this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Would you please take a seat and witness stand there? Again, please state. And spell your name for the record.
Yes. First name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. Last name is Flores, F-L-O-R-E-S.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you tell the jury what your occupation and assignment are?
Yes, I'm a detective of the Los Angeles Police Department. I'm assigned to our robbery homicide division.
Were you also in that assignment in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
How long have you been a police officer for?
Just over 29 years now.
Were you one of the assigned detectives on this case?
Yes, I was.
Who were your partners on this case?
I was assigned along with Detective Carlos Camacho and Detective Donetta Mendoza.
And were you and your partners assigned this case on November 9th of 2021?
Yes.
After you were assigned to this case, did you go to the location where the crime occurred, and specifically to Vista Del Mar and Selma Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What was your primary focus in returning to that location?
The primary focus was to canvass the area for cameras, witnesses, any evidence related to the incident that was recorded.
And when you say cameras, would that be like surveillance video footage?
Yes, I mean anything private, public, anything that would capture events from that night.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I marked as one. Do you recognize the area that's depicted here?
Yes.
Okay. I can turn on the little screen for you too, if that makes it
Okay.
easier. It's not you have your back to us.
Okay.
When you went back to that location, were you able to observe surveillance camera footage from any locations in that area?
Yes.
Would you point out any of those locations on the map for the jury?
Yes. So there was a large area that was canvassed. Argyle here would be on the west side, south side, Selma, Vista Del Mar, which is the north-south street, which kind of dodges right, comes east-west, and exits out to El Centro, was also canvassed, along with, I believe, Hollywood Boulevard as well. So roughly the entire kind of block with the side street of Vista Del Mar in between.
Okay, we've heard about this location, 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Can you point out for the jury where that location is on this map or graphic?
Yes, 6200 is pretty much the entire, almost encompasses the whole block. It's a very large property, which encompasses from Hollywood down to Selma, down to Vista Del Mar and El Centro on the east.
Okay. Would there be, you said all the way down to Selma, but would these buildings right at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, those would be separate from 6200?
Correct. Kind of cuts off right around the bend here, Vista Del Mar down.
Got it, okay. And we also heard reference in Mr. Ephron's testimony to the W Hotel. Can you point out for the jury where the W Hotel would be?
Yes, the W would be here on the west side of Argyle. There's a large kind of lobby entrance, parking entrance here. I believe this is it here. Roughly mid-block between Hollywood and Selma on the west side of the street.
So right where it says Argyle Avenue, you were pointing just to the left of that, those kind of two white lines. Would that be the driveway that would drive into sort of the valet area of the W Hotel?
Correct, that's my rough estimate, yes.
Okay. The locations where you observe surveillance video from, can you point out those locations?
Yes. So the first point was the parking structure off Argyle, which is roughly just here on Argyle on the east side of the street, just north of Selma. The parking area where the first incident took place. As we continued the path south and then east, as we began northbound on Vista Del Mar, there were cameras here at, I believe this is 1616 Vista Del Mar, which is a kind of privately owned building. And then beyond that, there were cameras attached to 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. In the windows, roughly kind of on the bend here, on the exterior of the base floor of 6200, kind of the rear end. As the street opened back up to North El Centro, there was an additional camera here at it's roughly described as a kind of a loading dock to the building, which is on El Centro, just north of Vista Del Mar.
Okay, Your Honor, if I may mark my next exhibit equals 33. It's a single-page document with a photograph of that area of Vista Del Mar and Selma with annotations and markings on it.
All of this just makes it seem like Relli really had to follow for a long time.
Markings equals 33. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And you see a number of red boxes, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Correct.
Are those each locations where camera footage was retrieved from?
Yes.
Let's start with 1. Would that be the parking structure that we talked about?
Yes.
All right, just to the left of the one, you see the green triangle with a green arrow in it.
Yes, I do.
Can you describe for the jury what would be represented roughly by that green triangle and arrow?
That would be roughly the angle of the camera, which was under the parking structure, kind of awning at the entrance. And the camera faces northbound towards Hollywood Boulevard, which would be the first major street up.
Okay. And you observed video from that location, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you people's 14.
Oh, all right. Lawn crime is still going. So there was like a bang and then the camera feed cut out. So I wonder if the camera person like knocked into a cord. Yeah. Well, we're looking at the parking garage again, guys. It's weird, there's closed captions.
Selma, which would be right where this intersection is on the bottom end of the page. So northbound view of the camera looking south.
Okay. And when you were pointing out where the camera was, you were kind of pointing underneath the, kind of to the roof area underneath where that parking lot driveway is, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you were specifically closer to where, I think it says restricted entry.
Yes, roughly there, that area.
Okay.
Oh my god, Frandrew, you changed your profile picture. Me trying to listen to the case, Relli's testimony.
After you observed the video at that location, were you able to obtain a copy of it?
Yes, after canvassing the area, we were able to get copies of different videos from different areas at different times. But yes, we did end up getting a copy of video from this specific camera.
In order to get that specific video, was there anything that you had to do?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a search warrant authored to get copies of video from specifically this camera and the adjoining camera on the central side of the loading dock.
Okay. So what you're talking about is the number 1 and the number 4 on People's 33?
Correct.
Okay. I want to stay with the parking lot first, though. I'm going to pull up the video footage from that location.
Let's watch the video again and see where Rocky is standing 5 to 10 feet away, pointing the gun and repeating a hocus pocus line 3 times over and over. 2 to 3 times.
Now, on People's Exhibit 15 here, there's 2 files in a folder labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, WNPM. And I'm specifically pulling up the one that says commercial parking entrance. Now, one second. Sorry, it's really hard to read from here. Where I have it paused right now is at 9 minutes and 42 seconds in this video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The entire amount of video that you collected from there, was it 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 6 seconds long?
Yes.
And was there a specific time that you started That specific time from when the video started that you collected?
I believe we're looking at roughly around the time of the incident,
Would it have been around 10 o'clock?
around roughly 10 o'clock.
Okay. And the video that we're seeing here, would this be the raw video footage that you received from that location?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to just play it forward a few seconds.
Where is this moment? Where does he ever have it extended? Because it's not out right now. It's still down. It's still down. There's no way.
Can you read the time that it's paused there at?
Yes, it shows 10:15. 10 minutes, 15 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 34.
Yes.
It's a one-page document that has 3 still images from this parking lot video. They're individually labeled A, B, and C on the page.
Show us the 3 frames. This is not helpful when you just had a witness say it was fully extended,
No, it's a kind of an odd
was
color
able to
there.
say a sentence 3 times, 2 to 3
Recognize
times.
Where those 3 still images are captured from?
Yes,
And what would that be?
that's from the camera that was recovered at the parking structure.
Now, would you tell the jurors just a little bit about your background, training, and experience when it comes to firearms?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I've carried a firearm as long as I've been a police officer. Prior to, I've attended training days, qualified, their marksmanship, safety skills with firearms. So I have a good basic understanding through my job and through some extracurricular training days.
Now, in the course of your 29 years of experience, have you had an opportunity to use both semi-automatic pistols and revolvers?
Yes, I carry both.
Are you generally familiar with the difference between those 2 types of firearms?
Yes.
And could you describe that to the jury?
Yes, a revolver is kind of the older technology of the firearm, the original firearm. It's a wheel gun. It's a wheel where the gun is manually loaded with the ammunition, and after you fire, you have to manually unload it. Meaning, there's a lot more handling of the weapon. When you shoot it, it doesn't eject casings like a semi-automatic handgun. So it's also generally a lower capacity weapon, meaning most revolvers are limited to 5 or 6 rounds capacity. A semi-automatic is more of a modern era weapon. It's a magazine or cartridge-fed weapon, which can hold a large capacity of rounds. Anything from small semi-automatic can hold 5, 6 rounds up to 17, 18 rounds, depending on the size of the semi-automatic handgun. When you fire that gun, the difference is casings eject. Anytime you fire it, the casing will eject from the handgun to clear the way for the next round. Versus a revolver, when it fires, the wheel just spins to the next available chamber. So,
A big difference in what you can see in the two guns is that wheel that you're describing on the revolver, right?
yes, the revolver's fairly distinct.
And when you watch this video or even observing the still images on the screen up there, based upon your background, training, and experience in law enforcement and handling both semi-automatics and revolvers, what is your opinion with regard to what type of gun that is, specifically between a revolver or a semi-automatic pistol?
No doubt, semi-automatic.
Okay. We'll move on to the next location. So equals 33 and focus in on location number 2. I believe you already said in your testimony that that location was 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was a private building, privately owned building, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. When you observed video from that location, were there a number of cameras attached to the location?
Yes.
Now, I have People's 33 up here, which I think will make it easier for you to explain, but if you would, could you explain generally how those cameras were, what direction those cameras were facing that were attached to that one building?
Yes. Well, basically, if you're looking at the green cones, they represent a camera that was facing in that specific direction. So the property kind of sits on the corner of the bend that goes from Vista Del Mar northbound to Vista Del Mar eastbound. So cameras face roughly, are placed around the building, face the different angles outwards towards the street.
Okay, so the bottommost one on the building label number 2, that one, that would have been facing towards the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And that's the grainy surveillance video that we watched a number of times, correct?
Correct.
The very next one to the left of that, it looks like it's facing towards, yes, that one, the 6200 Hollywood building. What area would that have captured?
It's roughly as the street begins to turn, that's roughly the front of the building. Would roughly cover kind of the pedestrian entrance to the building.
Okay. And then going up to the northmost part of the building, there's 2 additional cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do those cameras kind of overlap in their coverage?
Yes, roughly they do.
All right. Go back to People's 15, the hard drive. There's a separate folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. Detective, you see there's 2 files in that folder, correct?
Correct.
They both start with the word magic.
Yes.
Okay. The first one ends in the number 3000. I'm going to open up that file. Now, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe this at all for the jurors?
Yes, roughly this is camera number 1 on the, would be the south side of the building at 1616.
Hold on 1 second. So before you number the cameras, they're actually labeled in the top left-hand corner, correct?
Correct.
So that the top leftmost corner would be camera 1, and there's no image display, correct?
Correct.
And then camera number 2 is the next one over in the top middle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to skip forward. Is this how the video came to you when you first viewed it?
Yes.
I'm going to jump over here. It's going to be hard for me to see up there, so I'm going to pull it over and then I'll bring it back to you. Right now I have it paused at 22:16:55. Okay, so we have it paused here. There's 4 cameras that are displayed, correct?
Correct.
And each one of these represent cameras that we just talked about in that exhibit, People's 33.
Yes.
And if you double click on the cameras, it makes them individual screens, correct?
Yes.
All right. This would be that one that faces towards Vista, Del Mar, and Selma?
Correct.
Camera 3 would be that next camera to the left, which covers, you said, the front entrance of the building, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to jump over to camera, is that 5? I believe it's 5.
Correct.
All right. That area that we see in the top left of this camera, is that curve on Vista Del Mar that you were talking about?
Yes, that camera will be facing roughly west and south.
Towards the curve.
Correct.
And then the last one, camera 4. Which direction would that camera be facing?
That will be facing eastbound towards El Centro.
Got it. Okay. And if you play these videos on this player, would you agree that the 4 cameras that are displayed there play simultaneously?
Yes.
So they're each playing what they captured at that moment, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to start with camera 2. And we'll play it. Pause it. You could read the time at the bottom and I'm going to switch screens, but the timestamp at the bottom left here.
It's 22:17:25.
Okay. All right. I'm going to jump over to camera 3. And I'll play at this portion. And pause it. The time?
22:17:29.
And so would that have shown the same person that we saw running away in camera 2 as they're crossing the front of the building?
Yes, it's in sequence.
Okay. We'll jump over to number 5 that faces the curve. I might have passed already, but I'll keep playing it from here. It's not. Okay. Now, would that be the same person that we saw in the last two cameras as well?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll jump to camera number 4. Is that individual now towards the top of the screen here?
Yes.
And pausing it, can you give us the time?
22:17:40.
Would that be when the man in the black sweatshirt meets up with the person who's wearing the red jacket?
Yes.
Can we go back in time a little bit? So that, you would agree that the sequence we just played was sort of following the man in the black sweatshirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. Go back. I'm going to ask you to follow the other individuals. Before I hit play, would you give us the timestamp again?
22:16:57.
All right. So we've gone back in time now. Would you agree?
Yes.
And I will hit play from here. So after the man in the black sweatshirt runs away, what does the man in the red jacket do?
He pauses initially, then he follows the man in the black sweatshirt.
And the other two individuals, you see one of them walking in the same direction that those man in the black and man in the red jacket went?
Yes.
Okay. Is he walking towards what would be El Centro?
Yes, he's walking northbound Vista, which turns to El Centro.
Then we go to camera 3. He's wearing a blue jacket, fair to say?
Yes.
Now to camera 5. And then lastly, camera 4. Would you agree he walks up Vista Del Mar, makes that turn, and then walks towards El Centro?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the time, the amount of video that you collected from that location, the time specifically?
I do not. I believe there's two clips, different portions for 16:16. This is Del Mar.
1 second then. Okay, Your Honor, we have written stipulations that will be entered. Do you want me to mark them as
Yes.
entered? Okay.
Yes.
So let's mark them as 35.
Sure. You have the instructions for us what the stipulation
I
is.
think I already did that, did I?
You did?
You did. I've already did it.
Okay.
It's an agreement, it's just an agreement between both sides regarding a fact.
Imagine the jury was like, we know.
That stipulation would mean that once it's entered, that fact is proven. and
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Does not even make determination.
Okay. I'm going to put it up and I'll read it into the record. I'm going to start with stipulation number 1. The parties stipulate as follows. Stipulation number 1. Surveillance video from 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue. On November 9th, 2021, Detective Frank Flores and Carlos Camacho of the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, downloaded recorded surveillance video from the privately owned business at 1616 Vista Del Mar Avenue in Hollywood. The video was originally recorded between 10:10 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system video date and timestamp are accurate to actual time. So, Detective, you were saying to collect video between two different times, correct?
Correct.
So from 10:10 to 10:30, that would be a portion of which was just played as we went through the video, correct?
Yes.
Then the next portion that you collected started a half an hour later.
Correct.
So did you personally watch any of the video between 10:30 p.m. and 11 p.m.?
I believe we screened it through that time period while we were present.
And what did that portion collect or capture, if you recall?
From my recollection, it didn't capture anything that we saw pertinent to the case.
Would it have captured the police, the patrol officer's response?
Yes, it would have.
Okay. Did you collect the video between 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
I'm sorry?
Did you collect that video, though, from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
No.
And why did you collect that video?
Again, we were focused on the time periods where the victim had indicated the incident occurred and he had returned.
So you were mainly focused on collecting video of the actual shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard through the stipulation, and I believe through your testimony, that you also collected video from 11 to 11:20, correct?
That's correct.
So why is it that you collected video from that portion of the video?
Again, there was indication that the victim said he had returned to recover evidence from the scene, so that's what we were trying to verify.
Had you spoken to Mr. Ephron at that point?
Yes, I believe we had spoken to Mr. Ephron before we went out to campus initially.
And he told you that he went back to collect it, correct?
Correct.
When he told you he went back to collect it, when did he tell you he went back?
He said roughly within an hour.
Okay, I'm going to go to that second video. So it's from the same system, correct?
Correct.
All right. Obviously. Go down to the second one. I know we're getting close to the Luger mark. If I could just cover this one topic and then we can break. Shoot up. Okay. I have this second video paused at 23:09:44, which would be 11:09:44 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's only video collected from camera 2 at this portion, correct?
Correct.
I will play it forward from here. You see an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have a cursor on there?
timestamps for you. Can you read us the timestamps we know display?
It's roughly 23/11/39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Ephron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Ephron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
And you had just a rough estimate for Mr. Ephron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
We've got to take a break now.
I have two questions on this. If you just finish. Sorry, Your Honor. Did Mr. Ephron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with it.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Ephron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well,
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, did you initially believe that that was Mr. Ephron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't Mr. Ephron is
No speaking objections.
Sorry, but I was giving you the reason.
Can I give an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Ephron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I don't.
Judge Ford, they would object.
Can you start to make an offer?
Objection sustained. Ask.
And to answer be stricken, please.
I did. Yes, the answer's strict. We'll break till 1:30, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors and set the case, and no internet. No.
Can we put on the record before we come to the briefing back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry I'm muted. I just went on a whole rant. So let me redo this. So I said this is going to be a personal gripe, what you're about to hear. Now, Kathy Roussan retweeted this from Megan Cuniff. Someone reported yesterday that Judge Arnold asked prosecutors how they can ethically proceed with A$AP Rocky's prosecution. And the judge just pretty well confirmed. Pay attention, just pretty well confirmed. That's not actually confirmed. That's total BS by telling the jury he has seen completely false reports on the internet about this trial. And that's something we should be always take things with a grain of salt. I'm in the courtroom, so can't clip it immediately, but the judge said, I don't know how they could get more false, and told jurors this is why they can't rely on reporting about the trial. I hope the people who reported that rumor pause and do some serious thinking. When I was a young reporter, an older reporter told me that a key attribute of a good journalist is that they need to be at least a little bit smart. People who report those dumb rumors with no regard for who's planting them and their motives are not smart. Now, this particular rumor that she chooses to focus on, there were rumors going around about a few things yesterday, including that Relli got arrested out of the courtroom, which we talked about in this, that we don't know until we'll hear it. That could be a complete rumor. But, this is my personal gripe. I have seen Megan Cuniff give slights to people that are in the courtroom talking about what happened in the courtroom or what they noticed. She'll slight them if they don't actually hold a journalist title. I've also had people come to me that when they tried to use documents that I happened to like link to, right? It's not really like I've never had a conversation with Megan Cuniff, but people have told me, 2 different people have told me that they tried to share transcripts from a trial that wasn't televised with Megan and that their comments like disappeared or whatever. So I don't know. But I've watched her take kind of like a condescending attitude towards others. And if you ask me, I went back, you saw me pull my earbud out. I went and listened to what the judge said. This is a quote. This is what the judge said. But he only talked about rumors in general. So I really think this is an unfair slight at Justice Served TV podcast. If they got something wrong, they got something wrong. But it bothers me that this is being reported and this is being shared with me that Justice Served TV was wrong about something when this is not what the judge specified. This very well could have been a general statement, or it could have been about the rumor that Relli was arrested yesterday, because that was the bigger rumor. So there we go. That's all I have to say, but I do agree. You got to be careful what we say. We always try to say, here, this is where it's coming from. This is what's being said. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a conversation about things that are out there. And I think the right thing to do is always take everything with a grain of salt. And remember, within the confines of the courtroom, this is a good reason why the jury shouldn't be paying attention to the outside. And maybe the witnesses mid-testimony shouldn't be reading online either, but you know. So there's that. Yep. And this is true, guys. Nowadays, everyone's a reporter if they have a YouTube page. And I respect it, because a lot of people that I hang out with and watch, they'll say flat out, like, look, I'm not a reporter. I'm just here to react to what's going on and watch with you guys. So, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of, Blues House. Good to see you. Good to see you, by the way. So, there we go. That's all I've got on that. As far as what we're seeing from this morning, I don't know, do you want to go back and watch? So remember the quote. We're getting a completely accurate quote, but it doesn't actually specify anything. So I don't think the judge was being specific. And not for nothing, maybe we missed something a second before this. But I think it would be improper for the judge to specify the rumors that aren't true, because then you're putting the rumor in the jury's ear. So I can't imagine this judge has not been short on critical thinking. I can't imagine this judge walking in and giving a laundry list of specific rumors. Hey, this is what's being reported on the outside. You're not supposed to be listening to that in case you heard it. So I really don't think he specified anything. But I'd love to know.
The things I've seen, I don't know how they could get more false. I'd admonish you, don't look at anything on the internet or read anything about this case. And one of the reasons is because you can't rely on what you're reading.
And this is where law and crime freezes.
Okay? Your decision in this case.
And then they get the witness in there. So it was real quick. It seemed like a general admonishment. And again, I think it would be completely improper for a judge to relay the specifics of an internet rumor out loud to the jury. It wouldn't be appropriate. So I can't imagine that happened. But there we go. There we go. And still, I really appreciate Linda Kenny Baden and her co-host Michael over at Justice Served TV. I'm seeing some people like sharing comments that are like, you know, apparently you lied, and I'm not quite sure that that's true, and I certainly don't see the judge saying that rumor is one of them. Perhaps it was a rumor, perhaps they had a bad source, but it just seemed like unnecessary maligning, if you ask me. But back to our regularly scheduled program here. Thank you. I'm so sorry I was muted. Maybe that was like a sign I should have kept my gripe to myself, but I was like, whatever, we're gonna unmute, we're gonna repeat it all once more. And by the way, I do believe, Megan Cuniff is another person that is streaming this trial. You could check it out, watch it over there as well if you want to see if she went into more detail about this thing or just in general. It's all cool. Fran Drew Petey. This had me dying laughing. So you guys might remember Fran Drew with the, was it Tyler the Creator and Dora the Explorer with the Dora Bob? Now has a new profile picture, and somebody said it's Prosecutor Lewin. So great to have you with us. Love the profile picture entertainment. Oh my goodness. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I told you he went to Dr. Dre, who gave him an ice cube for his boo-boo. Love the ice cube reference. Laughed at him and offered him some M&Ms on his way out the door. So this is still ringing true. I do believe this is one of the chats that I missed from you. I'm sorry again. Thank you for bringing it back around. And that's something that we heard earlier. The first officer that testified. So we've heard from two officers today. We have Kirk Anderson, who, told us that Relli came down to the station on November 8th of 2021. This is important. He's going to let us know about the statements that Relli made on that day, as well as he's part of the chain of custody for these two shell casings. So November 8th, 2 days after this alleged shooting, Terell Ephron was with a lawyer, some man in a suit. Maybe it was Brian Hurwitz. When Relli is relaying the story, he's like, look, I was outside the hotel, like around this parking garage area, and I see ASAP Rocky, Rakim Myers, and two mutual friends of ours are with him. Rocky pulls a gun from 5 to 10 feet away from me, and he points it at me. And he says, I will kill you right now, I will kill you right now, and possibly a third time, I will kill you right now. That's about, 6-7 seconds there of time that he should be standing there with his gun extended, pointed from 5 to 10 feet away at this first timestamp, this first point of time. Then everyone starts moving towards that intersection, Selma and Vista Del Mar. And the group's walking together, but Relli's walking behind them. So we're getting from this officer that Relli describes it as, I was just walking behind them. They get to this intersection, Rocky turns around and fires 3 to 4 shots at Relli. That's what he reports, the 3 to 4 back then. Then he shows the casings to Anderson, and, Anderson says that Relli brought these casings in a black plastic bag. I didn't hear that asked about on cross. So, I didn't hear cross-examination from this other attorney, but I don't know, I thought, on one hand, it's like, when police officers memorialize things, maybe there are some inaccuracies, but I don't know how much that can explain some of the inconsistencies coming from Relli in this case, right? I'm not saying that cops are infallible, cops report everything in detail, cops remember everything, and often cops will rely on exactly what's in their report when they're testifying, and read their report real quick before they testify, and they might not be remembering just because they remember. right? So not a perfect recollection, but he's just trying to relay what he notated, memorialized in his report that day. And for what it's worth, and I hate it on one hand, but I think it's a reality, I do think that jurors tend to trust police officers. And there was some reporting on voir dire in this case where Joe Tacopina was trying to ask some questions about trust in investigations and police officers. And I'm not really sure what direction he went. Because it's weird, because in this case, it's almost like the defense wants the jury to trust the officers who responded to the scene, who met with Relli, whatever. And the state doesn't want the jury to trust the officers. And that's a huge role reversal. I can't think of many other cases where that's the case. So, let's see. What else did we have? Cross, I think, was nice and short. It was nice to see a different attorney. We've seen Sarah. I gotta look up his name. Sarah Kaplan. And I forget the other guy's name. I'm gonna get the guy's name by the end of the stream. But he gets up there, does a really quick cross-examination. I think really hammers down that, we've got this 5 to 10 feet away positioning. Did you ever hear about a knife? 12E had a knife. Because remember, a huge part of Relli's direct testimony was one of the reasons, because it changed, but one of the first reasons he gave for following behind the group of 3 friends as they continued towards the Selma and Vista Del Mar intersection is he saw 12E putting away a knife in his pocket. And he was like, man, you got a knife? So I was heated, and that's when I decided I'm going to follow them. Well, he never reports this on November 8th, 2 days after the incident. He never mentions this to this officer. So, I don't know. And at that point in time, he's still calling 12E and Ills mutual friends. We've heard some other testimony where he had no issues with 12E or Ills. We've also heard his own testimony say he kind of had issues with 12E and Ills, that he was fighting with Ills. But according to what was reported to the police on November 8th, no mention of this knife, even though that was supposed to be the reason he started to follow. Injuries, Relli treats the injuries on his hand himself, because they were no big deal. And that's Chloe's comment made me think of that whole recap. For what it's worth, I think for that type of testimony, prosecution, they get up there, you were only able to speak with him for how long? About 20 minutes. So, and I appreciated that the prosecutor didn't try to treat the jury like they're dumb. Obviously, the point you're trying to make, you've only spoken with someone for 20 minutes. They might not have been able to give you every single detail, right? They're just trying to give you the pointed things. However, I would argue that the knife is a pretty big deal. You're trimming the fat to streamline your story for 20 minutes. Why would you leave out a big detail like a knife? So, but, you'll see prosecutor. I think that's normal. Usually you see defense attorneys, things that maybe could have been in the report and it's not, that would be helpful to the defense. The defense is usually honing in on a point like that. It was a short meeting. It was 5 years ago. Do you document absolutely everything in your report? But here we have the prosecution doing that. And I think the last interesting thing about Anderson is Relli waltzes up in there and says this was a semi-automatic firearm. But he doesn't know guns. And at one point in his testimony, he said it looked like it could have been a revolver or something. And there's been this weird, now it's like the prosecution has to walk away from a possible revolver identification. So, I don't know. But we get this whole, Relli tells this guy on the 8th of November that it was a semi-automatic firearm, which is very specific language, especially for someone who doesn't know guns. And then with Detective Flores, I think we're getting a lot more of these timeline videos. And I'll be honest with you, I think a bigger reason why why the prosecution is going through these videos is they plan to couch Relli. They plan to couch Relli in between different officer testimony in case they needed to mitigate or mediate inconsistent testimony. I'm not sure that's really a good enough buffer from the disastrous testimony we got from Relli. So, I don't know. Do you guys think that there was anything particularly significant from Flores' testimony? I thought it was cool. Peter Ortiz, we're going to talk about this awesomely generous gift here, Peter, but Peter said there's a Pete's barbecue around Hawthorne, and he's actually met Flores after there was like a robbery. I don't know if it was at the restaurant or nearby. But then you also gave a shout out to Pete's Barbecue and said it's like the best out there. So if you guys are ever in the Hawthorne area, Peter has vouched for Pete's Barbecue, and I don't think it's just because his name's in it. so that was really cool. That was really cool. Yeah, and that's the thing, Road Dog, with the revolver. It's like, well, the revolver would be a separate issue because then there wouldn't be the casings, typically, right? With like almost every model of revolver, there wouldn't be casings. So, yeah, Ape Baboon, I love this, says him pointing out the missing knife in the report was huge. Like, it'd be one thing if, all right, you see someone putting a knife away, you don't think that much. They were just about to pull it out and casings got crazy, but it was no big deal. But Relli said that was the reason he decided he had to pursue them. So, one of the reasons, depending on which moment in time we talk about. So, but huge thank you. Let's talk about this right here. Peter has gifted, I think, 70 memberships today. So if you're green and don't know how, make sure you're coming in, showing some love here for Peter. There is a boom react emoji now too. So if you're in the live chat, you can hit that like heart button to use the live animated reactions. And there's a boom in there. Boom, 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 whatever, away. So big thank you here. Peter Ortiz, we're joking that you're catering the chat for Taco Tuesday. So everybody say, you know, Taco Tuesday, what's your order? I'm a corn shell taco. There are some tacos I prefer a flour shell with, but typically I like the corn tortilla. I don't need it too saucy. I know birria is like the big thing. I prefer that like over rice. I kind of like a nice corn taco with good fresh salsa or pico, some guac. I don't even care. I'll rotate between steak, chicken, beef. I've had tacos with marinated mushrooms that were amazing. Always a shout out to Taco Tuesday. Taco Pina Tuesday if we get any Taco Pina today. Tremaine wants the chalupa with the ground beef. Leah's dad says Big P. Big P boom boom. Yeah, corn tortilla, corn tortilla. And we've had some mentions in the chat of enchiladas. I think Dolly said he had enchilada casserole. Stephanie Sears says, Kat, can they call Relli back? I mean, they could call him as a rebuttal witness, and I don't know, something is telling me that I wouldn't put it past the state to do so, or like, can you imagine Relli calling Mr. P or Lewin, I don't know who he would call, but probably Mr. P, and saying, I want to get back up there after Wally testified. I want to get back up there because I got to clear my name. Can you imagine him calling the prosecutor and saying, put me back up there? Can you put me back up there? Because I kind of can. So, you know, typically I don't really think in a regular case that would really be a thing, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Now, Eliza, what's the possibility of getting this dismissed? I think because this prosecution seems very, you know, they're still 10 toes down on this. I think they might be finding extra appendages. They might be 11 or 12 toes down. I guess there's two of them. They're 24 toes down, 25 toes down if they're adding extra toes to stand extra firm. They are not backing away from this. But a prosecutor, they could decide even mid-trial, like, you know what? I think we were bamboozled. I think we got okie doked. I think the evidence points to a different story than what we thought when we brought this case forward. So a prosecutor could do that, but I really don't think these would. So ASAP Slime, I mean, I'm sure chat will fill you in because they're amazing. But I really think the biggest thing was Relli never mentioned a knife at all when he spoke to officers on November 8th, 2 days after everything happened. So, Mukbang is getting a headache from the inconsistencies. I'm telling you, Survivor Speak, she's got this class action suit she's putting together for us for the pain and suffering of this trial. Oh my goodness. So Stephanie Sears says, one last question. Is it a thing to allow the defense to call a witness while the state is still presenting their case? It is a thing. It's like an emergency type of decision. And that's why I think with the lunch break, I'm sure the attorneys were working. It seemed like they were going through the call records, making sure the redactions were what they wanted them to be. It seems like both sides were working to make sure this witness could be called yesterday and could maybe get back in time for his flight. I don't know if he caught his flight. But it's kind of like an extraordinary circumstance. And it was allowed because it was an extraordinary thing for somebody to fly in from Paris to testify in a trial. So I think with like the Johnny Depp trial, that was like a 6-week trial, right? And since there was a countersuit, you had 2 case in chiefs, right? So for the first half, Depp's claim against Amber, it was like his case in chief, and then defense for that claim got to rebut. And then it switched for the countersuit. With the countersuit, Depp's team was now on the defense, and Heard was the plaintiff for the counterclaim. So they got a case in chief there, and they got to rebut. So with that, when they called the witness from TMZ, the emergency witness, Morgan Tremaine, I think they were able to arrange it so they didn't have to go out of case in chief, whoever was presenting. But here, I think they made the exception because this is a 2 to 3 week trial, and it was now or never to get an important witness. So as a matter of justice, you know, a judge is going to say, if the jury should hear from this person, we can make the reasonable, although extraordinary accommodation by calling this out of order. It's not unusual. It's just usually a lot of trials, guys, come down to maybe the complaining witness, right? The person who files the complaint, and then a bunch of police officers who work all the time. So it's not really that big of a deal for a prosecutor to call an officer while they're on duty, right? They're getting paid anyway, to just be at the courthouse in 15 minutes or be here at 10 o'clock because we plan to be done with this witness. A lot of cases really don't have more witnesses than just the complaining witness, if that, and then officers coming in. So typically isn't a need to call people out of order. Yeah, and so V Despicable Me says, why didn't he give them his hands to test for gunshot residue? I don't know. And rather than the hands, what I think is interesting is he has pictures of his clothing, right? He made sure to take pictures of his clothing. And the odds of, you know, you have this outfit, you lay it out, you take the pictures. Couldn't you have offered? And we know Relli was going out of his way to take pictures of the casings, and here's the pictures of it, here's the pictures of it. Well, I don't know. Why wouldn't you think to bring the clothes, and then why didn't the officers ask you for the clothes? And maybe the officers didn't ask. Maybe they did ask, but because there was no answer, they just didn't include it in the report. It'd be really interesting to know if the officers asked about clothing on November 8th, and Relli was like, oh, I don't have that anymore, or something like that. Or said he'd bring it and never did. And it's just not memorialized anywhere. But that's just speculation. I don't know. But he sure did take a picture of his full outfit. So as far as we know, he has 2 outfits. He has the one he wore in court, and he had the one he wore in the surveillance video. Oh, JC from the D says, FYI, if an officer goes to court, they get double time, at least in Michigan. I mean, like, imagine Adrian Love practicing in Michigan, and the officers are like, oh, don't worry if you think you're going to argue motions for like 3 hours. Just, I'll wait in the courtroom. I'll be ready for you whenever you need me. I don't want you to get in trouble because you're running up the clock. Whew. Good deal, I guess. Good deal. Yeah, and that's the thing, Ashley. I don't know. I think it's just going to be a gray area where nobody's going to know if anybody asked about that. Because I obviously can't imagine he flies back to New York and when he brings in his phone, he's still thinking about the clothes, or those officers would ask him about the clothes. And I wonder how we're going to get more of that information in. We heard some of that through Relli being on the stand, but are we going to fly in like someone, like an NYPD officer, to tell us about Relli coming in and handing the phone in? So, yeah, we're on a break. I'll get back up to the present time. When did they say they were coming back? 1:30? 1:30 Pacific? 1:30 Pacific specifically. Yeah, shout out to everyone shouting out Detroit in the chat. This is started by JC from the D. Ooh, and JC says, that's why prosecuting a felony or charging a felony is so exciting to an officer. Oh. It's like more intensive. They get to spend more time working on it, being in the courtroom and running it up. Running it up. Let's see, let's see here. FFS, what are you doing? I'm looking at comments. I'm starting to see a flood of green just like speckling throughout the chat. Look at FFS going here. He's out here like slowly booping down in the chat. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the chat. So W's in the chat here for FFS. Thank you so much, FFS. Good to see you. Please let me know if you've been hanging out, lurking in the bushes, or if you missed, I really think that one part about the knife was, like, the thing of today so far. That and the black plastic bag. All right? Why would you say you went to a Dunkin' Donuts and got a pen and a paper bag, a Dunkin' Donuts bag? Like, those specific details. When you add details that get contradicted, it really makes you look like a liar about something that's so insignificant. He could have just said he got a bag and not said anything more. I don't know. And remember, he said he went back to the Lowe's hotel, met up with Lydia to get in the car to go get this bag from Dunkin' Donuts and then go back to the scene with Lydia. Or Gemma. So, I don't know. Oh my goodness. Oh, hey, I got you. So I'm sorry about that. I did get you at the beginning of the chat. So I don't typically look at my phone that often. I'm not that big into having my cell phone on me. So you must be, I don't say like full names when someone sends a cash app, but earlier today when we started the stream, I'm sorry I missed it yesterday. But I did thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate the support. I'm very glad that you're here and that the chat didn't scare you off and that you hit that subscribe button. So I don't try to skip anybody. I really don't. Sometimes I miss things that come through on my phone in general. But I often miss chats because I don't like to interrupt live court. So that's another thing. But yeah, definitely glad to have you here with us. If you missed earlier today, you didn't miss all that much. We're going to be on a lunch break, so you probably have time if you want to go and catch the testimony from 2 different officers this morning. But again, really just that Relli never mentioned a knife. We've got, yeah, Lori says he lies too much. It's hard to keep up. ASAP Slime says YouTube doesn't like me anymore for some reason. Sometimes they're just like that. Hold on. FFS. What are you doing? Are you just dropping shell casings in the chat, FFS? It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more guys. So FFS is just out here with the DIY evidence, planting some more shell casings out here in the chat. Make sure you shout him out. Show him some love in the chat. This is super generous of you. Let's update this banner. We need this DIY evidence. We gotta keep the prosecution's case alive. And unless I missed it, no objections with that witness. Except for, Takapina just wanted the jury to hear again what a stipulation meant. Which isn't really an objection, it's just kind of a, hey, hold on. Yeah, so, V Despicable Me, LAPD isn't known for being the most outstanding department, in my opinion. They've got a lot of dirt on them, in my opinion. Yeah, I can see that, and I would say the same for multiple different police departments. And I also think whether it's not following procedure or like anything that's completely benign or malicious, a lot of cases when a prosecution spends years lollygagging and they bring a case 5 years later, some cases come out so far down the road, then you have a memory issue, right? And, with a person who witnesses a crime, I feel like that might be more memorable to them because it's an intense moment. They could still be unreliable for whatever reason. But an officer, I think if you're responding to different calls, you go to work, you're on dispatch, you respond to different calls. In your career, you're responding to hundreds, if not even thousands of calls. And to have to be able to remember the details months, years later, when you're actually on the stand to testify about what you memorialized in your report, if you don't get your report right from the start, your memory when it's time to testify is going to be problematic. And that's just speaking with no malice involved or no incompetence involved. All of those things come into play, and those are additional layers of how trustworthy is a given officer's testimony. Because then there's a whole issue of dirty cops, right? So, and again, it is a weird role reversal here where the state doesn't want the officers to be good at their job, and the defense wants the officers to be so good at their job. It's a role reversal for sure. And again, that's part of the weird feeling that the prosecution seems to be offering a defense for their star witness when he's not the one on trial, but it's like they've had to buffer him, cast some reasonable doubt on the idea that he possibly could have framed this whole shooting to get money. So, interesting layers there. And FFS is still going bananas out here. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more in here. So, at this point, we're just going to be able to... You ever see those cool acrylic tables people will take, like, bottle caps or shell casings or ammunition, and they'll, like, make a table out of it? We're going to do some crafting with these shell case gifted memberships FFS is just dropping in the chat. We're going to get constructive. We're going to get creative in the chat. Thank you for showing love to FFS, Bridget. Great point, Taco Tuesday. At least he did not have to sit in jail like Jeffrey Williams. So... And, for what it's worth, I don't know. They search his home, and I can't wait to see. Maybe today, this is moving pretty quickly. We've gotten through the video surveillance of the route. I don't know if we'll get much more questioning on that. But I do think we'll get into this April 2022 search today. So pretty excited about that. Because I really feel like if I was the jury, I'd be sitting there like, all right, I've heard enough about the night in question, like, move on to the gun. I want to know about the gun. I'm hearing that it could be a starter gun, and I'm hearing that it could be a semi-automatic, so, like, tell me about the gun. And that would mean getting into the search of the home and the ballistics report. So those are huge witnesses. They would go to establishing specific elements of the crime that the state needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think Relli's testimony is enough to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt of exactly what firearm was in someone's hand and if real ammunition was fired or not. Specifically, if lethal ammunition was fired or not, because it's defined differently in California law. He's charged under assault with a semi-automatic firearm, which is inherently deadly. That's how it's classified by law. But a starter pistol, airsoft, BB guns, those are not classified as inherently deadly. It's less than lethal, is how it's characterized. So that would fall under a different statute. So it's important stuff. It might seem like semantics, splitting hairs, but it's important stuff because the charging wouldn't be correct if it truly was, or if the jury believes that the state can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was in fact a semi-automatic with 9mm rounds being fired. So, or that the injury, so they could find that if Relli was actually pointing the gun at him, perhaps that was actually assault. If they find it credible that Relli, he said that we had it stated and recited from a preliminary hearing that Relli felt ASAP Rocky push the gun up against his stomach and or chest. That could be enough. You don't actually have to be standing away and aiming and fire shots off for the elements to be met. However, if there was no, threatening or touching, they could also say that the elements weren't met and that the injuries weren't caused by the firearm or the firearm being fired. So there's just prosecution surprisingly has an uphill battle that I didn't expect until we heard that there was this huge plea deal offered. So great questions again here. Any doctors at hospital agree that his wounds were consistent with a gunshot? Now, we've only heard about this hospital visit through Relli himself. And Takapina recited a question that was apparently asked by the hospital. And, his questions aren't supposed to be considered evidence, but his question was something paraphrasing, and they asked you, how did you know that it was caused by a gun? And I think his response was that, because he was shot or something like that. And then Takapina started asking, you didn't think to say, well, there were shell casings found. I found shell casings. Here they are, the pictures that you've been waving around. So that's kind of the most we've gotten there. And to me, if a juror wants to take that and read into the question, to me that question suggests, how do you know you were shot? And then your visit is only an hour long. You're let in and then you're discharged in under 60 minutes. Sounds like the hospital didn't think it was warranted for you to need to speak to a police officer or for them to escalate their reporting, which is something that they would do if they believed there was firearms or a gun involved. And I think you'll see that come up in closing arguments, and possibly if they call a witness from the hospital. But I would think, though, that's argumentative, right? That's something that the lawyer should argue in closing arguments and not through his questioning with the witness. Nope, the only plea deal I am referring to was right before trial started. So. Yep. Nancy knew one too. After the stipulation to the range in New Jersey last week, Takapina is on alert. Heck yeah. Let me refresh this too. Not that I imagine they're back from lunch, but hey, you never know. You never know. So Bird 101 says, can't do federal trials be on television? Really, no. And this is where, I love journalists that follow a story through and through. There was still is, a crazy scenario in Johnson City, Tennessee, where a serial R-word, a serial rapist, for years was running. He had this 5th-story condominium in a party neighborhood downtown Johnson City, and there's been so much developing in that case. Like, he avoided arrest by climbing out the back, his fire escape once. He was on the run. He escaped from a prison van and then was on the run for a month. He made it from Tennessee down to Florida. I think he was found in Pinellas County. And then there were all these allegations and bank records where two police officers specifically seemed to be getting like $2,000 payments weekly from a contracting company that he owned. And they were the ones that interviewed him, looked at his apartment. Even though he had cameras in the apartment, there's no camera footage. The guy himself, Sean Williams, he's been convicted on like CP possession charges already. He's had like several federal actions against him. But it's all because it's federal. None of it's been televised. And there's one reporter, Jeff Keeling, with a local station that has followed that story since like 2017, really 2020, when the case was still under Robert Vaux. They were only using a pseudonym. They weren't calling him by Sean Williams yet. So unfortunately, when it comes to federal trials, you've got to rely on the local reporting, people that are going down in person. And with things like with Diddy, right? The Diddy case. There's so much spotlight and attention on that. You're going to have a ton of reporters there in person, probably like fighting to get there early to get a seat in the courtroom. But these other cases where nobody really is paying attention to, especially not nationally, if you don't have a journalist like Jeff Keeling that's going out there to cover it, you might get a couple headlines and a quick summary here and there, and you won't really know what happened. So imagine a case where this wasn't being streamed. So you don't have YouTube restreaming it. You don't have Law and Crime. You don't have Court TV. You don't have like me. I guess I'm not a lawyer, but might be an exception because she's going down in the courtroom. But besides that, you'd only have the articles, the news articles that you see online. That would be the only reporting you knew on this case. Do you feel like you'd have a different grasp of the context? And I hate that because like some cases the general public doesn't know that there's more to the story. They just accept the outcome of it, and then there could be a bunch of problems underneath the surface. So unfortunately, I would love to see federal cases get more transparency, for sure. FFS is going bananas, heck yeah. Oh my goodness. You know, why is this circling at me? They might be going crazy in this Law and Crime chat. Let's see, Stacy Zibbit, good to see you, says, from the desk of Detective Hedgerito, please be sure to hit that like button, comment and subscribe, and share with a friend. Heck yeah, be like Relli and call everybody about this stream. Tell them we're here. Tell them we're here with the full story. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Stacy Zibbit. Jennifer Devine says, doesn't everyone follow people with guns and knives into alleys? Duh. And Doritos tacos from Taco Bell. I know it's white trash, but dang, they're good. You know, you can buy them now. You know, I think Taco Bell actually makes like kits that you can make, but I think it's Old El Paso that sells boxes of their own brand, and they're really good. Of like cheddar and like hint of lime. They've had other flavors. I think they have like a fiery hot cheddar, like a similar to like the volcano taco shell. And a fourth flavor that I can't remember. But you can actually buy them in store. And guys, this is where I say sometimes I like a flour tortilla. If you get a flour taco shell, you put the shredded 4-blend cheese on the flour taco shell, and you heat it up in the oven, like you only need it at like 250, 275 Fahrenheit. And you take one of the hard shells and you like push half of it and then fold the melty half over it. You can make your own like cheesy stuffed layer taco at home. It's so good. I do it all the time. So definitely try that. Look for those in stores. You will not regret it. Hey Fatima, good to see you. Yeah, they're so good. I'm like really hungry right now. That sounds so good. So good. Yeah, shout out to those nacho cheese taco shells for real. Ooh, Violet, yeah, like, there's a lot of ideas like crushing the Doritos up and using it in like a substitute way for breadcrumbs, like breading stuff with the crushed up Doritos. Yeah, you're right, Chloe. You are right. You're right. Definitely gotta shred your own cheese. The pre-shredded is dry. If you have like a carrot peeler, like a vegetable peeler, and you have like one of those like long rectangle blocks of cheese, I feel like it's like easy to slice in like the broader rectangles and just like lay it out on the taco shell. It's more even coverage. That guy Nick says it's raining memberships. Hallelujah to FFS. Yeah, FFS, you're really going bananas here. I see another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plumped in here. Holy moly. Holy moly. FFS is kind of like punctuating the chat. Just a reminder every few minutes here that it's good to be green. It's good to be green. We can switch. We can say that the gifted memberships are like Bond. Oh, Darissa says I just made an at-home version of the Joe on the Juice tunicado. See, look, we're getting fancy now. Danny in real life says I buy the Taco Bell Chipotle sauce for my home tacos. So good. I like I think I've had that one. I think it's good. But there's like a spicy ranch. It's not the green avocado ranch. It's similar to the one that they use on the cheesy gordita crunches. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, cucumber salsa and fish tacos. I had to learn to, I don't really like seafood that much. I eat like trout and salmon for fish, but I am trying to like eat more. And Florida, there's a lot of places around here that get fish tacos right. I never in my life would have thought like, why would you ruin a taco by putting fish on it? Because I don't really, I'm getting used to eating fish. But down here, they do it right. They do it right. Yeah, shout out to El Paso. Ooh, Jilly D says, God, this is great, guys. Break up the Doritos and put them inside the quesadillas. The quesadillas. Don't like seafood? Are you a serial killer? No, I just don't think, I don't know. I don't know. I think it just, growing up, whatever I tried did not have it prepared well, so. But I'll eat some stuff now. A little bit. Yeah, going back to this with positive Q, thank you for the 5, says, hey there, Rocky is a horrible shooter. 3, 4 shots, and maybe 5, right? Because on that one call, the recorded call with Wally, he says 5 times or whatever. You just have a graze across 2 knuckles. It's kind of 3, and I can't make it make sense how that would work out that way. I don't know. Because my hands don't bend in a way that would make sense. And I don't think I'm just weird. I think you guys have said the same. So, but yeah, it doesn't make sense. The storyline is not matching up. And again, we don't have this 2 days after the event when your memory should be clearer than 5 years later, 4 years later. You go down to the police station and just, you walk up and he just pulls a gun out and is instantly pointing it at you from 10 feet away. Doesn't add up. So, I don't know. Yeah, Law and Order NC also has weird hands. So, yeah, I'm not alone. The sound was Relli falling and scraping his hand. Let's see. Yeah, H. Sock says, wonder if Rocky could get a directed verdict. I don't think it's going to happen because there's evidence on the record for the elements of the crime. It's really, I don't think it's credible evidence, but guys, for what it's worth, you guys are saying in some other chats that it seems totally like people think the prosecution's doing a great job and that Rocky's cooked, and I understand that happens with trials. A lot of trials, like Ashley Benfield's one I can think of where people were like a little bit split. But this, I can't see why there would be such a split. I don't understand on this case in particular why people would think the prosecution is really killing it out here in a good way. So I don't know about that one, but at the same time, it's a reality, and those that are not me, that don't think the way I'm personally perceiving this case, taking the information in, those could be on the jury. There could be 12 people with those opinions on the jury. I don't know. Oh, do you guys want to run that back? We can run this back. Yeah, we've got about half an hour before they come back from lunch. Where do they pull it up?
Do you see an individual with kind of a light colored top and a dark colored bottom or pants walking around that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have a cursor on there? For you. Can you read us the timestamps for no display?
That's roughly 23/11/39.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Ephron's testimony in this case that he took a photograph just before he collected the cartridge casing, and the photograph was timestamped at 11:45 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Did you have that precise time or piece of information about Mr. Ephron returning to the scene when you collected this video?
No, not the exact time. Roughly, we had an hour.
And you had just a rough estimate from Mr. Ephron, correct?
That's correct.
Not a precise.
I
I have two questions on this. If I have to finish, sorry, Your Honor. Did Mr. Ephron tell you that when he returned to the scene to collect those cartridge casings, that he was also with his girlfriend, or essentially with another person?
Yes, another person had gone along with it.
In the portion of the video that you just watched, did you see another person with that individual in the light top?
No.
Is the person in that portion of the video wearing clothing which was consistent with the clothing that Mr. Ephron was wearing at the time of the shooting?
No.
As you sit here right now, do you still believe that the person depicted in that video is Mr. Ephron?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's the bandit, right?
Well,
Speculation. It calls for speculation.
when you collected that video, did you initially believe that that was Mr. Ephron?
Yes, we did.
Do you still believe that today?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion as to whether it is or isn't Mr. Ephron is
No speaking objections.
Sorry, but I was giving you a reason.
Can I give an offer of proof, Your Honor?
Ask the question again.
Yes. You said when you collected the video, you thought that was Mr. Ephron. The question is, as you sit here now, having more information, do you still believe that?
I don't.
Judge, what they would object.
Can you say?
To make an offer.
Objection sustained. Ask.
And answer be stricken, please.
I did. Yes, the answer's stricken. We'll break till 1:30, folks. Please be outside courtroom doors and don't discuss the case and no.
There you go.
No.
We put on the record before we come to that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, as far as a transcript will reflect, we only have the officer saying, yes, I thought that that was Terell Ephron in the white tee. So, let's see. And I don't know about the change of shirt. I don't know if it would move the needle much for me if that's not him on the video, but it would move the needle for me a lot if it is him on the video, if that makes sense. And you walk up from the intersection, you only go to that point in time that seems to be the same area where there was a tussle, and you're standing there, you're stopping as if, who knows? I don't know. Aw, Nana Banana. This is cute. Nana Banana says, Cat is one of a kind. Keep up the great job. Thank you so much. We actually have a banana react emoji live today if you hit that heart button. You guys can hit the banana react emoji here for Nana Banana. There you go. I was thinking of it more in terms of like a Mario Kart race with the banana item, but we're going to use it for Nana Banana today. Thank you for the kind words. Thanks for being a member for 4 months. I am Shout says I go to range and 10 feet is easy, so if it's true he had a real weapon, then maybe he shot to deter, not wound. And there's 2 different points in time here, right? So Relli has said later on, when they're already they turn down the road on Vista Del Mar or whatever road the side road is, like the Ills tussle time period, that Rocky ends up turning around and shooting from like 15 feet away. But there's also this first point in time where they're near the parking garage after they first meet up outside the W Hotel, where Relli's initial story was they showed up and unprovoked, without saying a thing, Rocky pulls out this firearm. He told officers on November 8th that he was 5 to 10 feet away. And the video clip that we see, even though you can't see the bodies for every single frame, there just wouldn't be the time or the distance between the 2 persons for that to be true. So his initial story wasn't accurate. Whether it was intentionally inaccurate or just bad recollection, that's really up to the jury to decide. Me personally, based on the other inconsistencies, I'm leaning towards intentionally inaccurate. We were describing it like a movie, if you will. So, let's see. Also, big thank you to Jennifer Devine again for the taco conversation. I'm definitely gonna have to do some tacos later. We've got FFS still going bananas over here, right? So big shout out again to FFS all day. We're gonna have to get him a react emoji. Maybe like the Nerf gun. We'll get him the Nerf gun emoji. I'll go change that. And FFS, this is really nice, says, Chloe Albert's Revenge, happy birthday. Shout out to all the Aquariuses out there. Hope you had a great one. So again, big happy birthday to Chloe and all the other Aquariuses. What is the time range on Aquarius? Okay, January 20th through February 18th. Okay, so we're covered for the week. We're covered for the week with the Aquariuses. Aquarii. Aquariuses. The other thing I thought could be fun, you guys. I noticed that there was a tab. I think this is super cool. We can go... This will be flipping back over to the YSL trial for a second here. At least I think all the clips are from that. Where was it? I could see it on my phone. Tell me I can see it on my computer. Okay, cool. So, I tried to customize my playlist on the channel, like make sure that if I'm live, you guys can quickly join and come chat with us. Put that at the top if we are live, or revisit on replay. But I noticed I could add a section for community clips. And shout out to, we've got Al, we've got Rocco Rockwell, Brina, we've got Drea. Shout out to Drea. We've got Bama Rose, ADH Pearson, Stacy, Gorflube. So I thought this was cool. I can put a tab here to make it easy for everyone to go and see what clips, what moments you guys have pulled out. So we can go through some of these. And it says top, so I don't think it's all of them. But it's only going to give me the top ones. So let's see what you guys clipped. Hello. Hello, YouTube. What did we clip? We clipped Brian Steele.
Was to give information on Jeffrey Williams and others. True?
Really, just him?
And it was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffrey Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
Okay. Was to give information on Jeffrey Williams and others.
Right, so next clip we've got, I gotta scroll back down. Let's see. Someone clipped Jimmy Winfrey. Shout out to Stacy. Oh, and I wonder if when you pull a clip, if it's like trying to pull, because I know with a clip you can continue to watch the full stream. I wonder if it takes so long to load because it goes and parses it at that moment in time. Why is YouTube being difficult? All right, I think this hates me. Maybe that clip is just they're saying don't play the Jimmy Winfrey voice. The ladies will go crazy in the chat. Okay, we've got, this is the one from Drea. It's just titled Unlove with a bunch of cry emojis. I think it's just not working anymore. It doesn't want to work. Well, in any case, there is a clips like tab or section when you go to the channel if you want to check out like highlights that, and it's cool because that means somebody thought it was worthy of being clipped, and since it's featured by top clips, it's clips that are apparently popular in comparison to all the other clips. So it's there, it's a feature. I don't know why it doesn't want to play nice. 5 to 60 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. Failed experiment here. We failed, chat. We failed. Can't win everything. Get back over here to the actual trial that we're here for today. And FFS is still going bananas over here. There's still some more flipping in here. We've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then boom, 5 at a time. So I don't know, is this that you just pulled a bunch of shell casings out of your pocket with this 5 drum? Thank you so much to FFS. So much love for FFS, and FFS shows so much love back. So big, big thank you. He's making sure that we've got a live and lit Taco Tuesday going on in here. Oh yeah, heck yeah, shout out to Sandbar. That is, guys, if you're ever like, I mean, I think that's technically, is that Cape Canaveral? Because it kind of just like switches from Cape Canaveral to Cocoa Beach. But there's like a downtown Cocoa Beach, and then there's like another area further up where there's a bunch of restaurants, and one of them is Sandbar, and they do a bunch of different music events and sports. They've got these drinks. If you like drinks, if you like cocktails, they've got a theme with their drinks where you can like up the scale, up the ante of the strength of the drink based on categories of hurricane. So you can order like a Cat 5 drink, which just has like a bunch of stuff all mixed in. So, you know, definitely a time. Yeah, but that's a good one. I enjoy Sandbar. Sandbar's a nice place. You can come right up off the beach, and they've got like half outdoor seating, half indoor seating. Really cool spot. Oh, and you know what, you guys? Speaking of Cash Money Cass, make sure you go check out. I'm gonna yell Cash. She's got a new skit. She's got a new skit breaking down the Wally.
Yeah, I went home and I did some homework, and I realized, y'all were wrong on a lot of points. Okay, like what? Like, I looked at my Instagram, and I made sure that I was in this certain place when you said I was in a different place at a certain time. Oh, okay. So does that mean you weren't lying? Now, see, you trying to trip me up. You're trying to trip me up. This is stupid. I'm going. Okay. Your Honor, we have a surprise witness. Yes, we'd like to call, Wally to the stand.
Now you've got to give, and I don't know if this is also on TikTok. I don't see the TikTok logo. But if you want to check out her impression of Wally and the prosecutor and Joe Tacopina while doing the Wally questioning, go give her the views over here on X. I'll link directly to this video. Get her numbers up, chat. There you go. Go and get her numbers up. If you are on Replay Crew, you can also easily find this. I retweeted it on my page, and she spells her handle cash_money-cass. No dollar signs. It's all actual S's. So S. Yeah, the nice, like, gentle, everybody wants to rule the world, right? Yeah, Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears. I was like, I don't know about Phil Collins. So I'm just gonna go with like a lyric rather than the name here. Shout out to Allegedly Maybe for allegedly maybe thinking it was Phil Collins at first, and then positively Tears for Fears. Heck yeah! Shout out to Coco Bella here, retweeting all of Cash's stuff. Gotta do it that way. Get those numbers up. We gotta have her keep creating this content for the different trials that we take interest in. Then here she is yelling Chloe. She's barging in like, Chloe. Yeah, similar vibe there. Similar vibe. Heck yeah, Jasmine's trying to do a collab here. Do you guys think there's like a specific decade of music that just beats all other decades? According to Relli said on X, he has a tweet from a few years ago that was like, F the 2000s, so anything but the 2000s, I guess. And I've been checking, there's no like updates on like, hey, something happened in court today. Yeah, there's some buzz about Lori Vallow Daybell. Hold on, wait, this is funny. They're making fun of court TV coverage. Lori Vallow Daybell slams court TV's coverage, objects to the media request. Lori Vallow Daybell says she and her husband Chad Daybell are in a court TV commercial that runs constantly, falsely characterizing, libeled, and slandered the defendants. Oh, alrighty. Alright. So, keep the media out. Court TV should be ashamed of its very nature and its request, since its sole objective is not to bring people real news or facts, but instead its objective is to entertain the public with the very true life tragedies that happen in real people's lives. The defense objects to court TV being allowed by this court to participate in this judicial process, including their specific request to appear at trial, live stream the proceedings on the web, and distribute the live feed. So, you know, I'm curious if others have filed for access to broadcast this, and they're only specifying they want the judge to not allow Court TV to have access to the feed. Or I wonder if they're the only outlet that made an application. And so they're only saying no, arguing this point. So I don't think this is fighting access to stream the trial, but it's a battle that Court TV might have to fight. Yeah, and good point here, libeling 2 convicted murderers. So, and that's why I say, like, you typically see, going back to Relli and these criminal versus civil actions, you do typically see civil complaints after a conviction, because a civil complaint for damages for, harm or injury, you can rely on the conviction to help make your case in civil court. So, great point there. Let's see, we've got a lot of love. Let me go back to our music genre conversation. Let's see. The 80s. Shout out to the 80s. Honestly, the 2010s. 90s all day. I think it depends on the genre, like, or like, for me, if you ask me, like, 90s dance hall is one of my favorite eras in the dance hall genre. Maybe 80s a little bit too. But I don't, like, know anything that's come out after 2020 in that genre at all. Love a lot of, like, 90s R&B. Even some pop. Yeah, we peaked in the 90s. We've got 80s. Let's see. Hippieista says, but the music that made music was the 60s and 70s. Yeah, Catfink says, honestly, I think Court TV is a little bit crime pervy. Yeah, like, they do too much, like the first 48. Chloe with the reggae gold 95. Oh my goodness. That's like, hold on now. There's, you ever, like, venture back into older videos when YouTube first got started and the videos are still square? Hold on, there was a parody, like a reggae gold parody video. That was one of those, like, OG. I actually feel like a radio station made it. I feel like Z100 in New York made it. They did, like, a whole parody video, and it was one of those, like, first videos on YouTube that did numbers. I'm not finding it. It's giving me all stuff from, like, present time. Yeah, rap was the best 90s, early 2000s. Sheriff Chuck says 70s and 80s are the last decades of musicians. We've got a lot of 70s, We're gonna have to get into artists. Yeah, shout out to Z100. Shout out to Z100. Oh my goodness, their prank calls used to be really good. I used to love, like, after I moved, like, further upstate, when I would be in New York City driving around, or, like, I think once you get to, like, Westchester area, you can tune into Z100 already. You can get the signal without too much static. I would always be like, yes, we can get Z100 through. It'd be a time. Nem, hold on, this is doing too much, Nem. Nem said, do you all realize that the 70s was over 50 years ago? like, let's not talk about it. Oh my goodness. I saw a post, let me see, let me check the year and get the math now. Yeah, so this must have been 3 years ago. About 3 years ago, I saw a post saying that the game Super Mario Sunshine, which was for GameCube, was 20 years old. It came out in 2002. So, that was 3 years ago that I saw that post, and I was so shocked that it was already 20 years old. Mario 64 came out in 1996. Classic Nintendo 64 game there. Whew. 64 is a great number. We love you, Fatima. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the whole chat's like, don't tell us that. No, don't tell us that. I'd also say, 70s, 80s, and 90s. I don't know if it's just because I've heard the music enough to remember the lyrics, but that's like the genre I choose for. Like, I used to do karaoke a lot in Rochester. We went every Wednesday night and other nights. But like, I don't even need the words on the screen for music from that long ago. And I can't really learn new music. I guess I don't replay it enough to memorize the words. I don't know the words to any songs that have come out like 2015 or later. Maybe like the chorus and the hooks. I remember words from songs I haven't heard in 20 years. Or Catfink, you guys ever go to a video that was uploaded like 10 years ago and you see a whole chain of people that are like watching this in 2025? Like, heck yeah, me. I'm here too. Music Midtown in Atlanta. So outside my awareness, but shout out to Music Midtown in Atlanta. Allegedly maybe says it's epic, but we're going to say allegedly maybe is actually saying it's epic, not just allegedly or maybe. Yeah, we got a vouch here. Don Dada's an 80s baby. Oh, you skipped prom for Music Midtown. There you go. Yeah, Grace says they don't make earworms like they used to. Every once in a while you get like a one-hit wonder because it's an earworm. Yeah, Chloe Alberts says, I love 80s music. I was a toddler for most of it, but that's what Light FM is for. Yeah, I always wonder, like, these golden oldie channels, are they gonna just, like, eventually start playing, like, music from the 2000s, and that's gonna be the golden oldies? Or is golden oldies, like, forever cemented as, like, I don't know, like a 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s? Right? Is it gonna move forward with us? Or is it gonna stay locked in with those genres, those decades forever? Maybe there's a definition. I'm gonna Google it. Okay, give him a bunch of playlists that are all... Okay, this definition says 50s and 60s, but it looks like a blog or something. So I don't know. I wonder, I think like maybe it'll just always refer to 50s, 60s, 70s, and a little bit of the 80s. But one day we're gonna be calling like 2008 music as oldies. It's gonna be a time. And Fatima says the 5 stair steps and the Black Ivory are some of the best music. Ooh, Darcy says watch the Senate hearings to add warning labels on music. Oh my gosh, are they gonna get ahead of... This is gonna be like some extra thing, recalling the YSL trial and these gang experts. Allegedly, maybe is mentioning Lollapalooza and Warped Tour and Lilith Fair. I felt really sad like a few years ago. Like Warped Tour did like an anniversary resurgence or something, and I used to go as a kid. Sometimes we go to like 3 in a row, like back to back. We'd go to 3 different venues, and sometimes they'd be spaced out by a day, but it would be like 2 days back to back, and then like a day later it would be somewhere else. And we'd go to a few, we'd be so tired, but my mom would go and some of my friends' other parents, and they would like do their own thing. And I was like, oh, that'd be cool. Let me like see if my mom would go. And she was like, I think I'd be too tired to stand all day. And it made me really sad. It made me really sad to hear that. But Warped Tour has a lot of memories with like friends, family. I don't have like a lot of stuff. Like I've moved so many times, but I think like somewhere I have like guitar picks from The Offspring, like stupid little stuff that just makes you remember it. I think I fought with a grown man because I was younger. I fought with a grown man until I just gave up because my fingers were getting bent back over a drumstick from Joan Jett's band. I gave up. I was like, I'm not doing this. But it was in my hand. It was in my hand. So definitely a fun time. Yeah, you're right. It's not stupid little stuff. That's the good stuff. Yeah, trying to fill your gas tank with change just to make it there. I remember we were in traffic. I think this was for Elizabethtown, New Jersey. We were stuck in traffic on the side streets to get to where like the field was or whatever. And it wasn't a far drive, but once we got on these side streets, it took like an hour and 15 minutes. And we had to pee so bad. We're like stuck on this little side street road, stuck in traffic, passing all these houses, like struggling, planning, like, are we gonna have to knock on somebody's house and ask them if we could pee? It was a time. It was a time. Chugging on like Mountain Dew and Code Red to stay awake. Oh man. Tina Smith, thank you for becoming a member. You look great in green. Thank you for supporting the channel. Allegedly, Maybe is calling back the 99-cent cheeseburgers and the 69-cent tacos at Taco Bell. Chloe Albert's Revenge, thanks for the super, says, they must never change formats. I will always need a station to go to get Rickrolled. Yeah, and they'll play it unironically, like they won't play it to Rickroll. They'll play it because it's a classic in its own right. And didn't he, like, re-record the song? I think he re-recorded the song, or, like, I'm pretty sure it was him. And it was, like, just as good as the original. Never gonna give you up. Oh, wait, he did it for a commercial. He did it for an insurance commercial. Oh my god. This was around, like, right after COVID hit and, like, everyone's freaking out about the economy and stuff. A bunch of celebrities started doing all the, and I think it's smart that they did. Why not? Bringing back all these old memories, recycling them, repurposing them. Yeah, we're real time on the stream. They should be back. It's been an awesome walk down memory lane. I don't want to think of it as a memory lane. It is what it is. Thinking about the fun times. Wait, is there really a Dove commercial that, like, the Kia song, My Neck, My Back? That's hilarious. Chad Diggy with the timestamps here. Currently on lunch. Guys, at the beginning of the stream, the judge was like, that clock on the wall, we're not using it. It's misleading. It's like 7 minutes off. So maybe they'll be 7 minutes late back from lunch because they're still relying on the misleading clock. I still think that's hilarious. He called it misleading. It's very courtroom language. Yeah, nothing new over on X. Oh, FFS, thank you for helping me fill the gap, keeping the chat entertained, sprinkling out some 3 more gifted memberships. Thank you so much, FFS. You're going bananas. Maybe that's why the banana emoji react is in play today. Ooh. Jazzy says, "Hey Kat, I have over 3,000 songs on an external drive and in the process of organizing it by genre and year release." My mom used to be like a Napster LimeWire fiend, and she downloaded, and I appreciate her for it because I think this is why, like, I have a good memory of music from before I was born. But she went back and downloaded a whole bunch of stuff, made sure she got like all of the Billboard hits for every calendar year since they started tracking it. So just like a huge collection of music that she had had. So thought that was super awesome. And lots of cassette tapes too. I mean, I don't have a player for it anymore, but like older cars growing up, I used to borrow her cassette tapes, plop them in the car. I was a big fan of Styx. I don't know what the album's name were. I just plop it in and forget. But Styx got a lot of airtime in my car as a kid. Recapping testimony. Yeah, so, and we're about to get back into it. We really have had 2 officers on the stand. We're waiting. I'm pretty sure the prosecution passed the witness, so we should be getting cross of the second officer. First was Kirk Anderson with LAPD, worked at the Hollywood station that Relli brought the shell casings to on November 8th, so 2 days after the incident. He says that Relli was there with a man in a suit, said he was with a lawyer, said that when the meetup first happened on November 6th, Relli said that he sees ASAP walking up with 2 mutual friends. 2 mutual friends. They're friendly at this point in time. Ills, 12E, and Relli, according to Relli. Anderson says that Relli told him Rocky pulled the gun from 5 to 10 feet away, is pointing it at Relli and saying, "I will kill you right now, I will kill you right now," 2 to 3 times. Then he says that Relli told him he followed the other 3 over to like the Selma Vista Del Mar intersection, the second location. That when they get there, Rocky just turns around and fires 3 to 4 shots at Relli. Said that Relli showed him the pictures of the casings and gave him casings in a black plastic bag, which, I don't know, seems pretty specific that the officer notated black plastic bag, but Relli testified that he went to a Dunkin' Donuts. This is California during COVID times. This was after the California plastic bag thing. So something doesn't add up. Then what did the defense ask? I know the defense asked, the biggest thing to me that the defense asked was, did he ever mention a knife? So this officer's like, no, Relli never said anything about a knife. But a pretty big detail in Relli's testimony, since he's been on the stand in this trial, has been that 12E had a knife. He saw 12E pull a knife, and now he's pissed off, and that's one of the reasons he follows to the second location. But he never mentions a knife at all when he's speaking to the police on the 8th. And again, on the 8th, he's saying that these 2 are his friends. So that's a thing that seems important. Relli also said that Anderson also said that Relli told him, like when he asked like about the injuries, that Relli didn't go seek treatment because he just took care of it himself. And I think that was like really the questions and answers of substance with cross. Then the prosecution gets back up, and to combat this idea of maybe it's not a good thing if Relli's telling the jury all this stuff about somebody having a knife, but he doesn't mention it to the officer, the prosecution gets up there, well, how long did you speak to him? Well, it was about 20 minutes. Implication being, you're not going to give every little detail in a 20-minute time period. And also clarified that Relli identified the weapon as a semi-automatic firearm. So. The other officer, I think the most interesting thing about Detective Frank Flores, and I didn't pay attention, I heard him, and I'm so glad someone in the chat said, go back and watch it. But really he comes in and says that, you know, this video where there's somebody in this white t-shirt back at the scene at 11:39 p.m. At some point, he thought that was Relli back in the day when he was looking at this video. But prosecution tried to ask him, do you still believe that that was Terell Ephron, Relli, today? And he answers no. But then Takapina objects, requests that it's stricken, and the judge sustains it, and it's stricken from the record. So the jury does get to hear him say, like, I thought it was him now, but now I don't believe it was Relli in that video in the white t-shirt. But on the record, it's stricken. So, also, no girlfriend is seen in that video. And if you ask me, I honestly don't think that the setup, the questioning by the prosecution was that great, because he led up to those questions. At 11:39, this video shows this person in a white t-shirt. Relli has a photo in his phone that's timestamped 11:45 p.m., but the prosecution doesn't get into questions about what photo was timestamped at 11:45 p.m. Is it something where he's in another location far away? Like, is he at Dunkin' Donuts at 11:45 p.m.? The prosecution doesn't even ask questions. Maybe we'll hear more about that on cross. Ask the question, Relli told you he was with his girlfriend, right? Yes. All right, we're back. But do you see the girlfriend there? No. Do you actually believe it's Ephron now? No. And that seems like the officer's thinking, well, if he's supposed to be there with his girlfriend, this person in the video is clearly not there with his girlfriend, so I don't think that that's him, because I'm believing that I should also be seeing the girlfriend. To me, that doesn't mean that that's not actually Relli anymore. But let's see, we're going to get to cross-examination. So this is good. Let's lock in, guys.
Why, whether or not you thought that the person in the video was Relli?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the offer proof?
My offer proof is that they would explain their further investigative steps, why they collected the video they did and didn't. That was why I was...
So it's not offered to prove that the person in the video is Relli. It's being offered to prove
his belief.
To show why Detective Flores did what he did.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's fair.
However, the videos they collected before he came to the initial conclusion that it was Relli. So they didn't go collect the videos because he realized it wasn't Relli. The videos they collected were all collected from the outset. Everyone. And after that, at the preliminary hearing, for example, he testified, yes, that's Relli. I believe that's Relli. They already told me that's Relli. So what was just proper as an offer of proof, Your Honor, was that I should be able to ask him that question, but explain their further investigative steps.
You should ask him what question? You should be able to ask him what question?
No. They just said, they shouldn't be asking that question because they just said to you, they proffered to you that the reason they should ask him that question, should be able to ask him that question, is because it explains their further investigative steps, i.e., go get the videos. The videos were gotten early. They got no additional videos after they came to a conclusion initially that lasted up until the preliminary hearing at the very least, that was Relli. So they didn't take any additional further steps once they changed their opinion or their mind. They changed their mind based on his testimony, obviously. But in 2023, under oath, this detective, who I think is a great detective and a nice guy, said under oath that yes, I think it's Relli. They didn't take any additional investigative steps after that. So that doesn't explain investigative steps. You made a ruling, Your Honor. What your ruling was, or what?
No. You're saying he didn't take any additional investigation.
There was nothing else. There was no videos to collect. You just said,
what's the next thing he did? After...
No, he's exactly making the point that I want to make, which is they did believe that was Terell up until very recently.
Okay, so
they couldn't have gone back to go.
So what did Detective Flores then do, based on his belief that was Relli?
Nothing else.
He stopped collecting video at that point. He thought, okay, we have him here, that's him on the video.
This is
We don't need
crazy.
any more video past this. Fast forward to piecing together other information, details from timestamps, that he now knows, oh, we didn't collect enough video, we should have collected more, because that could have captured them on.
I've heard from both of you. Here's the rule. It's, the offer of proof is fair game. You can ask the question. Mr. Takapina, you can follow it up with... Are you going to cross-examine him, or is Mr. Schuler? Say again?
yes.
Guess what?
Yes, I'm the person.
Oh, you are? All right.
Yes.
You can follow it up.
Thanks.
All right.
We're down.
Detective...
Can I talk to them for 1 second?
Your Honor, I had asked the court, which you
Give me a second.
I had not told counsel that I asked the court for about 15 or 20 minutes between the direct and cross 12.
Fine.
I'm just letting you.
12 he's coming up.
I'm just letting you guys.
I don't think we're getting the code today, okay? Because we have, we go to 4 minutes, right? I have at least an hour.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
12 tomorrow.
Based on where we are now.
All right. So after the detective is the firearms person?
Yes, you can be ready tomorrow.
Is he, and he's your last people's witness?
Yes.
All right, so you will get the defense case tomorrow?
Yeah, after their ballistics first. Yeah. Wait a minute, Your Honor, because I thought you made a ruling and I changed my whole course at lunchtime, so now I have to unchange my course, so give me a minute, please.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me know when you're ready for the How much longer do you have on your examination with the detective work? About, just rough, you know, rough.
I honestly think about an hour. I have this and then the search warrant and then, you know. I have this thing I want to talk to them about before we go back on the jury, so. We'll give you time.
I just need a second.
Go ahead. This is understood and false. Relli's phone calls
This has was 2 more large tasks. So I'm going to suggest that you open it out and here and it goes to him and he opens it. Your Honor, can I borrow your knife?
Just wait a few. Oh, well, by the way, why do you have that knife? Oh, it's crazy much.
Ah, the knife that Relli didn't mention.
Why do you look mad? You have a look like
I'm not mad. I've never mad at anything.
All right. That doesn't matter more you letting him hear
You
that.
make you think I'm
That
not
makes you,
mad.
that feels
I'm
right.
not mad.
All right, good. Now you get the rest of it. I don't know what to say. Oh, yeah, right. It's the choice out there.
I am loving this bag. That's it. Just sitting in the background like a caption.
Yeah, I heard about it. Do you know who it was?
No, I didn't see it, but I mystified.
No, who the lawyer was?
No, I think he's not a prosecutor.
But you don't know who it was?
No, I don't know.
I heard about that.
But it didn't look good. Just ran up to him. No interaction, no ran up.
Let me see about something unrelated.
All right, they're talking about something off the record. Now, you see that whole, like, oh, we want to proffer, we want to be able to talk about this to show why this detective didn't continue to investigate things. This is, again, that role reversal where we have the state trying to say that the cops are missing everything, they're horrible at their job, which is a very interesting thing to see prosecutors argue. We've got the criminal defense attorney saying, no, we don't want, it was complete, like we were trying to stop this further questioning. We don't really want the jury to hear that there could have been something else, but this cop decided to stop looking for it. So, very interesting role reversal there. Very interesting role reversal. This is Frank Flores, detective with the LAPD. And we're going to get, it seems like we're going to wind it down. We're going to get whatever officer to let us know about the search, the April 2022 search on Rocky's home. And we're going to get the ballistics person that the state is calling today. And it seems like they should be able to rest their case in chief. Although, who knows? Joe said he's got about an hour that he plans to do cross on the witnesses that they're calling today. And if we're going to go tit for tat for the seconds, minutes, hours, the prosecution might say, well, we're going to also redirect for an hour, which we've got less than 3 hours left in the day today. So I don't know. The expectation is that they'll rest today, but we might not fully get there. Who's excited to hear from 12E? 12E, the man with or maybe without a knife. Yeah, allegedly maybe, says Lewin, will take 5 hours. Law and Order New York City says this courtroom activity is so busy. Kathy Roussan had also just mentioned, because of the protests in downtown LA, this is, the LA Superior Courthouse, it could impact the Monica Cementelli and ASAP Rocky trials. They are the same courthouse. On-ramps are closed down. Fireworks can be heard from the courthouse per their photographer. And the judge in the Cementelli case just informed the courtroom that they're keeping a close eye on things. So, a little bit of news there, something to keep in mind. I know, especially if you don't use X, you might just look for a stream, what time a stream is starting, to see what's going on. If I see that there's going to be any delays in starting, I'll try to make a community post if it's going to be more than 15 minutes. If it's going to be like a 3-hour delay or something, I'll try to make a community post about it if something happens. So, but yeah, all of that. And yesterday you had Wally needing to catch a flight. So one can only guess. One can only guess if he made it in time. Yeah, exactly this. Kimberly's like, did Wally make his flight last night? Oh, I don't know. But Nuggets Mom, I think you can pick it up from here. Yeah, I think you can pick it up from here. Not all that much significant. We're going to get to cross-examination of one of the detectives, Frank Flores. Or actually, yeah, if you rewind, when did I do the recap here a few minutes ago? I think if you rewind right before you see the judge on screen, like 10 minutes ago, you'll probably catch a quick recap. Same thing for Beverly. Yeah, if you guys are just rolling in here, I think go back about 10 minutes. You're going to see some action in the court like 5 minutes ago. But before that, it's just me talking, giving a quick recap to Wendy. So rewind like 10, 12 minutes and you'll be able to catch that. If you hear us talking about music genres, you went back too far. Yeah, Shy Gal's been kind of boring today. I think a lot of officer testimony, that's how it goes. But it is important. I mean, a good portion, really, in most trials, of the evidence that's needed on the record comes in through officers and detectives. Whether it's accurate, whether it's complete, different question, but... Let's see. And Kathy saying, state expects to rest by end of day in ASAP Rocky trial. Defense plans to begin their case tomorrow, minus the witness yesterday that they took out of turn, referring to Wally. Oh, and it looked like there was... Oh, this is showing me the thread. Okay. So there we go. Isabella says, I'm lost with this judge. He does do a lot of I get it, you don't need to spell it out. And I wonder if he's like that in other cases to this level, or if he's got to do it because of the way that Lewin and Takapina are. All right, we've got some camera wiggling. Are we back, chat? Are we back? All right, chat. Vote. The Great Seal of the state of California or the Great Seal of the state of Georgia? Which one? Pick one. I like the little bear. I like that the bear is extremely tiny. I guess it could be perspective based. But they made the bear super tiny compared to the person. All right, let's see how the votes break down. We've got Callie. We've got Georgia Seal, Callie Seal. Georgia Seal, Callie Seal. It's neck and neck, you guys. We've got LA. Fatima's got the vote here for the Callie Seal. Callie again. I think Callie's pulling ahead. Rhonda says Georgia has polished walls. Oh, I thought you meant the whole seal. I read it as seal, not shield. Cash says I thought the shield was a wheelchair. Yeah, they got the Dougie up on their seal. Kim Possible says Callie. We got a vote here from Design Box for Georgia. I think Callie's slightly ahead. People Paradox Lady Trucker says Georgia. We've got Jay-Z for Georgia. Does Jay-Z's vote count for extra? We've got a Callie vote here. We've got the court back. I think Callie's winning, though. Oh my God. No, come back.
Jurors are present, all parties of the council are present. Detective Flores is on the stand, and Mr. Logan. Yes, sir. Very good.
Did he have more questions? Oh, because he's gonna, yeah, I forgot. He's gonna ask why he stopped investigating.
Right before the break, I played you the video of an individual returning to that intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma after the shooting. And we talked about up until, when you collected that video, you initially believed that that was Mr. Ephron, correct?
Correct.
And the last question posed to you was, as you sit here today with the information that you know from his text messages, comparing his clothing, a timestamp on the text message, on the photograph, are you still of the opinion, or do you still believe that that is Mr. Ephron?
I don't.
Okay. There was a video clip played while Mr. Ephron was testifying, which was a portion of an interview that you conducted with him in, I believe it was, I want to get the date wrong. One moment. So, it's from your interview with him on December 17th, 2021. Specifically on page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, where Mr. Ephron says to you, at this point you were showing him surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
And I believe, if you need to go back to the video to refresh your memory, we can, but I believe at that portion you were trying to cue up the video to show him. Does that sound accurate?
Correct.
And while he's sitting there, he says to you, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
At the moment,
So let's read this whole thing, chat. Sorry I was muted. Because we're starting in the middle of the page. It's not that great of a picture, but let's see, kind of best that helps you. That was Flores. Then it's Terell Ephron, T for Terell. Did y'all see me come back and grab the bullets too? Flores, no audible response. T for Relli. And you see my girl, right? Flores, no audible response. T, that was my girl I was with. Flores, okay, it's difficult to really make out, and I don't know. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. So we're going to read it from the top, chat.
the moment that Mr. Ephron said that, were there what was displaying on the video that he was looking at, or was he even looking at video at that exact moment?
I believe this is a secondary clip of the time period which he thought he had returned to pick up the casings, which was, I believe, 23:10 hours
But
on
you
the
were-
day of the 6th.
Okay, you were there when he made those statements.
Correct. Yes.
Did you receive that as him pointing out that that's my girl on the clip, or did you receive that as him asking you the question, do you see her on this?
I took it as you see her.
Not that he was specifically pointing something out.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the surveillance video. And I want to move on from this location number 2. Now continuing around this Del Mar to location number 3. Can you describe that location for the jury?
Yes, I think 3 and 4 were residential units that had cameras facing outward towards Vista Del Mar, in the portion kind of between the Bend and El Centro.
So I just want to clarify. You said number 4
I'm sorry.
was the loading dock, correct?
Yeah, 3 is has the 2 angles towards Vista Del Mar, and yeah, 4 is facing El Centro.
Okay. So 3 was a private residence that had cameras there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the cameras, like where they were oriented, or?
They were oriented pointed kind of at street level. It's an apartment or a unit that's on the ground, so they were kind of facing out at kind of eye level, or from the window at eye level.
Onto Vista Del Mar?
Onto Vista Del Mar.
Okay. And
from the inside.
let me pull up one of those camera angles and then ask you some questions about it. So I'm going, Your Honor, on People's 15. The second file is labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard Residence. And within that, there's 3 video files. They're labeled, 3 files labeled camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. I'm going to focus on camera 2. The first video file in that folder is labeled 1A220214. So, detective, I have this paused very early in the video. I can't honestly read the timestamp, but it's got to be very close to the beginning, correct?
3 seconds.
Okay. All I want where this is paused is can you orient the jury to what we are looking at on this from this camera angle?
Yes, this street in front of us is Vista Del Mar as it comes around the bend from Selma. So the street comes up, and this is the bend that leads to El Centro on the far left. The building across the street is part of 1616 Vista Del Mar. They have the different angles viewed from Selma up through Vista Del Mar, and then here on the bend on the way around.
And this camera specifically, camera 2 from this location that we're looking at, it has coverage that overlaps with one of the cameras on 1616 Vista Del Mar, correct?
Correct.
Last feature I want to ask, a couple features I want to ask about this. This camera, did it only capture video or did it also capture audio?
It also had audio.
All right. There's like a bluish tinge to the video. Do you have any idea what that is?
I believe there were some lights that the owner or occupant had on the inside that were kind of reflecting off the glass.
Okay. All right. I'm going to fast forward this to trying to get it to. Okay. Actually, let me pull it down. It's easier for me to see the timestamp. We'll start it at
14:30 on the video player. And Your Honor, I believe with this video player, when it gets to the end of the clip, it will automatically start playing the next clip, which is 1A221716. If that makes sense. All right, I'm going to start playing from here. Detective, what did you hear in that short portion of the video that was played?
Two loud noises that, to me, appeared to be gunshots.
Followed by?
The sound of a horn after the first gunshot that was set off like a vehicle alarm. That would be my best guess.
So when you say horn, do you mean car alarm?
The car alarm.
Okay. Up to this point in the video, have you seen any people or any movement on the video itself?
No, not at the point of this. That the shots are heard.
Okay. I will continue to play it from here. Looks like it jumped away from him. Sorry. Timestamp.
The time in is 15 seconds.
Okay. And what have you seen on the video up to this point?
The sound of the appeared to be gunfire, followed by two individuals coming from the area just south of this, which is coming up from Selma and coming around the corner here in front of the camera. Seconds after.
And would you agree with me there's two people that are depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, one after the other.
And which one's the first one that appeared?
The one in the black hoodie.
And then the second person?
The second one appeared to have a red jacket.
And were those individuals consistent with the individuals you saw from the 1616 Vista Del Mar address?
Yes.
All right. And which direction are they walking towards?
They are walking north to east towards El Centro.
Towards El Centro?
Correct.
All right. All right. Time on the video player?
Sure. It's 55 seconds in.
Okay, and that that last individual, or the individual that we see on the screen where it's paused here, can you describe that individual?
Yes, it appears to be the last individual from the prior video off Vista Del Mar. The individual wearing a blue jacket and a blue hat.
Okay. And also walking towards which street?
Again, he's walking northbound Vista Del Mar to eastbound Vista Del Mar towards El Centro.
Okay. I'm going to read the second stipulation. Stipulation number 2, video surveillance from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard at a private residence. LAPD Detective James King downloaded surveillance video with audio emailed from the homeowner of a residence at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The residence was located on Vista Del Mar Avenue, west of El Centro Avenue. The video and audio were originally recorded between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on November 6, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The video, date, and timestamp are accurate as to actual time.
Can I stipulate to that?
It is stipulated.
They're all signed stipulations, so do you need us to agree on the record, or is it enough that it's a signed document?
It's all right, I think the jury's entitled to look at specific. Both sides stipulate to that.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to People's 33. Now, so far, would you agree that those three individuals that we've been tracking have, in general, been following the red arrows starting at 1 and working their way towards number 3?
Yes.
All right. And then if they continued on that path on Vista Del Mar, they would get to El Centro, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I want to go to location number 4. So that was, you said earlier, was a loading dock?
Correct.
Going back to the folder in People's 15, Your Honor, labeled 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, in parentheses WNPM, and playing the video file that starts with .ext loading dock. Detective, where is that pause on the timestamp?
7 minutes, 24 seconds in.
You can go back just a little. Would you read the timestamp for us?
Yes, here on the lower left, it's 6 minutes, 39 seconds.
Okay, on the video player, that's correct?
Correct, on the video player here on the left corner.
Okay. Can you orient the jury, as this is paused, what the features of the video are?
Yes, so this is the loading dock, which is facing El Centro here, which is the main street in front of it. To the right is the street here, where the pointer is. That's Vista Del Mar, or Vista Del Mar meets El Centro. So these individuals are coming in off of Vista Del Mar, walking northbound. The street up from this location is Hollywood Boulevard, which would be north. So we're looking at a kind of a southerly direction. They are walking northbound.
Okay. And I will keep playing. I'll play. This is a short clip. I'll just play it from here. All right. Would you tell me the timestamp where it's paused on the player?
Yes, lower left corner, it's 6 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right. I know there's a number of individuals on that video, but the two that walked from the direction of Vista Del Mar towards Hollywood Boulevard, can you describe them?
Yes. One of the individuals is wearing a black hoodie with kind of a design on the hood. The other individual is wearing a kind of distinctly colored, kind of reddish jacket with black.
start with the man that you described with the black hoodie. I'll mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
36.
It's a document with two still images from the surveillance video side by side. Detective, showing you these two still images, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe them for the jury?
Yes, the photo on the left is a still from the parking surveillance camera or the incident.
Hold on. You have water?
Yes, it is.
You want a...
I just.
You want a break?
I'm okay.
You think you're okay or you're okay?
I'm okay.
The same one, I think. Sounds like her same voice.
May you continue with the answer? Or we still want to?
I mean,
Fine.
okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Here's your number one.
Number one. Oh.
Yeah, the photo on the left is a still from the first surveillance camera located at the parking counter block entrance. And the second is still off the camera from the loading dock on El Centro. So one on Argyle, one on El Centro. Kind of the start and the end of where we kind of started capturing video, and kind of the last point where we captured video.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to make 36, if I can go back, make it a 2-page document. So I'll make this first page that we just talked about, that I was referring to as 36, I'll make that 36A, and the second page will be 36B. With the court's permission?
Yes.
36B, I would describe it for the record as similar to 36A. It's two still images from the surveillance video side by side, just displaying different features of the clothing on the left-hand side photograph. All right, Detective, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
Can you describe it for the jurors?
Again, the first photograph is from the still from the parking entrance on Argyle, where the incident began. The second one is from the loading dock off of Central. Just looking at the similarities from my point of view, where obviously there's a specific design on the sweater, specifically the chest area between the first camera on Argyle and the second camera off the Central.
I'm going to mark two more exhibits, 37 and 38. They are similar to 36, Your Honor, but 37 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the red jacket, and 38 has side-by-side photographs depicting the man in the blue jacket. All right, Detective, showing you equals 37. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yeah, yes.
Can you describe, well, just describe this for the jury, if you would.
Again, one's a screen capture from the surveillance camera off of Argyle, the parking lot entrance. The second one is a screen capture image from the loading dock entrance off of El Centro. Specifically looking at the red box that's outlined, there is a kind of the right shoulder area of an individual wearing a jacket that is consistent with the individual off the second image off of Central.
Okay. And lastly, equals 38. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what's that?
Again, one photograph is from the camera off the parking lot entrance off Argyle. The second screen capture is off one of the cameras off Vista Del Mar. I believe this is right off the turn, headed towards El Centro. And specifically between both photographs, I can see that it's the same individual based on the hat, the clothing, a lot of similarities that would give me my opinion would be that it's the same individual.
As the detective assigned to this case, or as the handling detective, were you aware of when the defendant, the man seated at the counsel's table with the jacket on, was arrested in this case?
Yes.
What date was that?
It was April 20th, 2022.
And where specifically was he when that arrest occurred?
I was at LAX, Los Angeles Airport.
Okay. That same day, did you search any locations?
Yes, we conducted a search pursuant to a search warrant of his residence.
Okay. And we have agreed to refer to that residence as his West Hollywood home, so we would not state the address.
April 2022 search, guys.
In order to conduct that search, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And were you personally present when his West Hollywood home was searched on April 20, 2022?
Yes, I was there. I was present.
420?
Would it be fair to describe that house as a relatively large house?
Yes.
How, in general, was the search of that house conducted?
It was conducted with a team of officers and detectives that assisted search, securing the location primarily first, and then going through each room and area systematically looking for specific items that we were searching for related to this case.
And when you say there was a team of people, did you kind of split up the room so that one part of the team would search one room and another part would search another room?
Correct.
When anything of significance was located, what would be your involvement at that point?
I was called over and the item was pointed out, and I was given information as far as what condition it was in or where it was originally seen.
During the search of his residence, were you alerted to multiple firearm-related items that were found in his house?
Yes, including things we were looking for and other things that we weren't, but anything substantial that they wanted me to look at, I went there and looked at. It wasn't necessarily everything that we seized.
But would it have been everything firearm-related?
Yes.
And if you can narrow it down to one room in the house, what room was the firearm-related evidence observed in?
It was what I would kind of describe as the master bedroom of the house belonging to Mr. Myers.
Okay. Did you observe any firearm-related evidence in any other rooms in the house?
No.
Let's start with the actual firearms. Did you observe any actual guns in this house?
Yes.
How many?
3.
And if you can describe for the
A
jury,
lot.
how can you distinguish between the 3 of them or describe them each in a unique way?
Yes. One I would describe as a rifle, another as a shotgun, another as a handgun.
Okay.
Oh my god, Chloe. 3 is a lot now. Uh-oh, Kat. We've got another Riddler on our hands. Okay, what do you think? 3 firearms in a house, even if it's just ASAP Rocky that lives there. I think we're going to hear that it's not just him that resides there, but doesn't seem like that much.
I'm going to start with equals 39A. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what would this be?
That is the angle of the master bedroom facing the bed.
Okay.
Fashion killer.
Would you agree with this be the same room that you've been talking about where the firearms were specifically located?
Correct.
Look at this thing at the end of the bed. I want one.
Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's a side table adjacent to the bed.
Okay. There's an item with a red rectangle around it, just above that side table. Can you make out that item?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a handgun.
And would that be the handgun that you were describing earlier?
Yeah, I described it as kind of a large caliber handgun.
Oh, this
All right,
box.
Before we move on, there's another set of boxes or items at the lower left-hand corner with another red rectangle around them. What's that?
Correct. I believe that was the case where the rifle and shotgun were contained.
Okay.
Carrying case.
Let's start with the handgun. That item, would you agree, was directly behind, essentially like the headboard of the bed?
Yes, kind of behind the bed.
All right. I'll show you 39C.
Kat is playing I Spy.
Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the handgun. Again, I would describe it as a large caliber handgun.
Just a close-up of the same gun that we just pointed out.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what caliber handgun that was?
I believe it's a 44 caliber handgun.
Are you positive that it was not a 9mm handgun?
Yes.
I get where they're going. They're going to say there's no other explanation for this 9mm. Why wouldn't there be a corresponding 9mm firearm if we found a mag?
I saw it where it was, and as the detectives that found it located it came to me. I don't recall picking it up and handling it myself.
Did you inspect it enough to determine whether or not it was a real gun?
Yes.
Was it a real gun?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not it was loaded?
I do not know.
Is that a revolver or a semi-automatic?
That's a semi-automatic.
And is there a magazine for that handgun?
Yes.
Is it loaded? Is it shoved up inside of the grip?
From this angle, it looks like there is a magazine seated in the weapon.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move back over to People's 39B and focus on the items at the bottom left-hand corner. And for that, I'm going to display People's 39B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
Just a better angle of those same outside boxes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Go to 39E. What do you see there?
Yes, that's where you see the one case that's been opened. You can see inside, and I believe that is the rifle.
And when you see that item, it's closer to the bottom of the page because there's 2 boxes here, correct?
Correct. There's 2 boxes. So I'm looking at the lower box here specifically. It's kind of cracked open, and you can see the inside. And I can see the bottom end of what I believe is the rifle.
And did you inspect that gun close enough to know if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Correct, yes.
And what was it?
It's a real gun.
And does that gun fire 9mm ammunition?
It does not.
Okay. And then lastly, 39F. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes. Here on the right. So both cases are now open. The case on the right specifically, I can see the outline of the shotgun, also in addition to the shotgun shells and the carrier of the stock.
Let's see if I can get the glare off there. It's kind of hard to see. That was getting better. The shotgun you described as being on the right-hand side, correct?
Correct. Shotgun's here on the right. rifles on the left, and that's two separate cases.
Got it, okay. And with the shotgun specifically, did you inspect it close enough to tell if it was a real gun or a fake gun?
Yes,
And what was
it's
it?
a real gun.
Okay. Will that gun shoot 9mm ammunition, the shotgun?
No.
Did you collect any of those guns?
No.
Why not?
They weren't part of what we were looking for pursuant to the search warrant.
And was that specifically 9mm caliber handgun?
9mm caliber weapons or evidence of possession, purchase, anything related to 9mm, specifically 9mm handgun.
Okay. Those three guns in that location, would that be where they were when you first observed them?
Yes.
In close proximity to the bed in the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the three guns that we just talked about, was there any other firearm-related evidence that you were alerted to in his home?
Yes.
What was that?
A magazine, a 9mm magazine for a Glock 23, collected from a box in the master bedroom closet.
From the master bedroom closet, you guys. This is the biggest detail that, in my opinion, the state has, the prosecution has. And it's all
I'm going to mark two more photos.
circumstantial.
40A and B. Start with people's 40A. Do you recognize what we see there?
Yes.
And just to orient the jurors, this white object on the left lower right corner, would that be the bed?
Yes, this is from the headboard view, the headboard looking towards the foot of the bed. On the right is the kind of walk-in closet. On the left is the kind of walk-in master suite bathroom. And then there's a sliding glass door here on the far left leading out to kind of a balcony.
Okay. Lastly, I'll go to photo B. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's a box containing ammunition, magazines for a rifle, and specifically
magazines
or a rifle.
Thank you.
Sorry. And in the center here, there's the magazine that was recovered, containing live ammunition, specifically 9mm ammunition.
In that photograph, underneath the magazines, it looks like there are a number of boxes. What are those boxes?
The boxes underneath are ammunition, I believe, that was consistent with the rifle that was in one of the cases.
Were any of those boxes consistent with 9mm ammunition?
No.
You said that magazine was for a 9mm handgun, correct?
Correct.
A smaller one?
Yes, I believe it's a Glock 43.
And was that 9mm magazine collected along with the ammunition that was loaded inside of it?
Yes, it was.
I have two envelopes here, Your Honor. In agreement with the defense, they are inner envelopes that were taken out of a larger outer envelope. Another item that was in the outer envelope is not being used, so the returns is detected, and we're just using the inner envelopes.
So that's part of 32? Or do you want to mark it separately?
I think I want to mark it separately, Your Honor, and I'll mark each of the envelopes separately just so we don't get them confused.
First one's going to be 41.
I'll mark the magazine as 41. And I'll mark the ammunition as 42. These envelopes are open as the jurors will want to be in Your Honor, so they are previously open. Detective, I'll approach first with, let me write it on the envelope so I don't forget the numbers. 41.
Shout out to Black Butterfly. Black Butterfly says, why get rid of the gun but not the ammo? I call BS.
That object.
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the magazine that was recovered. I'm showing that photograph on the screen.
In the master bedroom closet?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe what that object is, or tell us the features of it? What's the brand of that object?
It's a Glock brand magazine, which has a capacity of 6 rounds that can be loaded. In a semi-automatic firearm, the rounds are loaded into the magazine. As you press them down, they're loaded to capacity. And then once the magazine is filled to whatever ammunition is available or to capacity, it's then seated inside of the weapon. The weapon is then charged to chamber a round into chamber, which makes the gun ready at that point.
Okay. And you specifically said this was for a Glock, correct?
Glock 43.
Okay. 9mm.
9mm.
And then People's 42 has, you want to count how many there are there?
There's 6 live rounds of ammunition for all 9mm.
Are they all the same make and model? Yeah.
Personally, I think it's great for the defense that they have a firearms instructor on the in the jury.
9mm.
And what's the brand?
SIG, Luger.
Can you say that again?
SIG, S-I-G, Luger, L-U-G-E-R.
No, these are different. This is a different brand, but it's the same. It could be loaded into a gun that could have been carrying the ammunition that matches the shell casings recovered by Relli at the scene. So that's what I'm saying. It's super circumstantial.
Magazine, correct?
Correct.
And then next to it, I'll put one of the items from People's 42. That's the unfired bullet, correct?
Correct. That's a live round.
Different makes.
Okay. And then on the bottom is where it says SIG 9mm Luger, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to put that back in envelope number 42, and I'll put the magazine back in envelope 41. Did you observe any guns in the defendant's home which would accept or utilize the magazine that you marked as People's 41?
No. None that I found, none that were pointed out to me or identified by anybody else in the search team.
In your experience owning firearms, specifically with semi-automatic firearms, is it common that if you own a gun, you may possess multiple magazines for that firearm?
Yes. my experience, anytime I purchased a gun, semi-automatic specifically, it's come with more than just one magazine.
Pretty much, Sabata. Pretty much. The DA's case is that 9mm guns fire 9mm shells, and Relli says that Rocky had a gun.
Based on your experience in law enforcement and with gun ownership specifically, are you aware of any purpose why someone would possess a single handgun magazine without also possessing a gun capable of accepting?
Objection or full speculation.
Sustained.
During the entirety of the search at the defendant's home, did you personally observe any fake guns, prop guns, or starter guns?
I did not, and nothing to that description was pointed out to me or identified during the search.
During the search, did you observe any ammunition or a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter gun?
No, I did not, and along the same lines, nothing was identified to me by any other member of the search team.
Ask the witness.
When it related to this case, were you first made aware that there was an allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
Objection.
All right, hold on.
It's just when he was made aware.
Overall.
You can answer, Detective. So when related to this investigation was the first time that you were made aware the allegation that the gun used at the scene was a prop gun, a fake gun, or a starter pistol?
I believe it was last Monday, which was the 20. I'd have to look at my calendar. But it was Monday when I think you called to let me know, and I was made aware that that was what was.
Okay. When you say the Monday, would it have been around when jury selection started in this case, or was there already evidence being presented?
That was when, right during jury selection.
Okay, around the 20th, would that sound about right to you?
Yes.
Of January?
Right.
And we're talking about 2025?
2025.
I don't have anything else in here.
So we're passing the witness.
Take a break.
We're taking a break.
All right, folks. The clock has been adjusted, so the clock is now accurate. So,
The clock.
Let's break until 5 minutes to 3, at which time we will resume. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves.
Clock emojis in the chat. So they're going on a break. We are 4 hours into the stream. And this is good because you guys have some great thoughts in the chat, and a lot of what I'm going to talk about here is not how I myself personally am weighing this case. It's just, the order of how cases are presented. It's the state's case in chief. This is really critical evidence for the state to get on the record that they found this 9mm magazine. And we heard in opening statements from both sides, they kind of laid out this scenario. We're going to find a 9mm a magazine that carries 9mm, but no 9mm gun in the house. Why would someone, and we just heard him try to ask this witness that, and it was stricken from the record. But why would someone have a magazine? They only have 3 guns. And, all these other guns, they all have their magazine with them. It's all close together. But then we find this separate box in the closet of the master bedroom that has, these magazines that have 9mm rounds. Granted, it's a different make of ammunition than the shell casings, the head casings that were found at the scene by Relli and brought over to the police. And again, this search is 6 months later. This is April 20th of 2022. Everything happened on November 6th, 2021. So prosecution is trying to put these pieces out there the jury so far has only heard testimony / evidence, because you see Rocky holding something that looks like a firearm in the video footage. The only evidence on the record so far, right? This is the state's case in chief, so they might try to get ahead of certain things, but they're also going to present things that are consistent with their own case. We've only heard evidence so far that Rocky had a gun that night, right? We might have heard that 12E had a knife, but as far as firearms, Rocky's the one with that in their hands. We don't actually have video footage of him holding a gun up loud and clear and firing at Relli. We don't have that. But the problem with juries could be, and there could be critical thinkers, there could be, just like in the chat, we can't tell for sure who is firing the gun just because we heard gunshots in a video and then see Rocky in that footage. It doesn't mean he's the one that fired. That's critical thinking that I hope every defendant that's on trial, I hope that type of critical thinking is available on their jury, right? But sometimes that's not how it works out. What I think is extremely interesting, we've got a firearms instructor on the jury, and I wonder what they're sitting there thinking when they hear, you know, if all of the other stuff is like kept together and we've got this magazine in a box. We haven't had the witness come up yet, but Takapina did mention in opening statements, which are not evidence, you're going to hear from his manager that was his magazine. So if the jurors caught on to that, they could be anchoring into that. We're going to hear some contradictory evidence to what we've already heard. If they miss that, right now, because this is the state's case in chief, they might be thinking Rocky's the only one that had a gun, and it might be weird that he has this magazine and no matching gun to it, but he has matching magazines and ammunition and firearms for the other 3 firearms that they saw in the house. I don't think that that's convincing to me, and we're getting to the very tail end of the state's case in chief. We're going to get a ballistics expert, and then that's it. And the most the ballistics expert is going to be able to tell us is the shell casings that Relli recovered, it could have been a Glock 43 that expelled those casings. Doesn't mean that that's the only make and model of gun that could have expelled those casings. It doesn't mean it's a specific gun, one individual gun, regardless of the make and model, necessarily fired. They don't have a ballistics match to a gun that they did a NIBIN report pull on. They just don't have that information. The best they have is the shell casings could have been fired by one category of guns, a very popular selling model, Glock 43, and there was this one-off magazine in the master bedroom closet 6 months later in the closet of Rocky's home. And the jury might not remember Joe saying it in opening statements, and they haven't actually seen the manager get called to the stand yet, who's supposed to testify that that was his magazine stored at Rocky's house. So just think about like the ebb and flow of a trial, right? Unfortunately for the state, their own witnesses that they called during their state's case in chief, Relli, kind of crumbled a lot of the credibility of evidence they need on the record, right? But trials do ebb and flow a little bit. Just with this witness alone, we're going to get cross-examination, and we're going to hear Joe, or I got to get the other guy's name. We're going to hear them ask these same questions that are getting at what all of you guys in the chat are pointing out, right? Can you say for sure who, you say you hear something that sounds consistent with gunshots. Can you say for sure who fired or who caused that sound? Who caused those sounds? No, the officer's going to say no, right? You know, maybe questions about, did you speak with whatever the manager's name? No. Well, you didn't speak with the manager, who the jury is going to see maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, get on the stand and say that belonged to him. Well, now the jury has a way to reconcile why this detective thought it was weird that this magazine was there. He was missing information, right? So I think we're going to see all the things that we're talking about in the chat, that ebb and flow, we're going to see the defense chip away at with this cross-examination. And then it seems like they only have this ballistics witness left, and then that's it. They're passing the case over. They're going to rest their case, and the defense is going to call their witnesses. So we got a sneak preview with Wally, who was called out of order. But I mean, I don't know. Again, I just want to say I can understand why a juror might be looking to fill in the gap. Oh, only one person had a gun, and that's suspicious. But I don't think it'll be enough. I definitely do not think it'll be enough for the prosecution here. And this is the thing too, the last philosopher, if I had no gun, I'm not following someone that tried to shoot me. I'm really, really curious. I would be shocked if we don't hear questions and answers and testimony from 12E, and maybe Ills if Ills takes the stand, where the defense asks, you know, have you ever known Relli to carry a firearm? It doesn't necessarily need to be, did you see him with one that night? But just getting the idea out there that Relli could have also had a firearm that night. That could explain somebody else causing the shots, right? So it just gives the jury something to close gaps. And I know you guys are talking about the jury's not supposed to speculate. They're not supposed to fill in the gaps. But I think it's human to try to fill into the gaps. Even if you tell someone, you instruct them, the judge says, don't speculate about the redactions. They might very well sit there and speculate about the redactions. So, two different things. Let's see. Yeah, Jenny says, bring Ills, 12E, Lydia, Quez, and Lil Mike. The other thing is, you know, I feel like with these, what we're seeing, this case is brought against Rocky. Like, this is the type of case that gets brought against a lot of other people. There are people that have been convicted and had exonerations, and it was just like somebody, a witness said that they saw this person with a gun. They don't have actual ballistics. They don't have a match. They don't actually recover the gun. But there ends up being a false conviction that ends up, you know, getting overturned. Crazy. Like, a lot of these exonerations are like 20, 30 years later. All because a witness says somebody was at the scene and looked like they had a gun, and that's enough. So I'm not trying to support the idea that that's enough. I don't agree with that being enough at all in any case. I'm just saying, realistically, unfortunately, it has historically been enough in a lot of cases. One case is too many. Where was, let's see. Yes, this Black Butterfly. I wanted to pull this back up because I started talking right as I was trying to. Why get rid of the gun but not the ammo? I call BS. I guess the outward explanation would be you forget, you don't think of things. But to me, the easier explanation is, even without a manager coming in and claiming it, I mean, we still don't know that magazine belongs to a gun that Rocky could have had in his possession that night, right? There's still too many gaps there. And then 6 months later would make me think, and yeah, you have a lot of possessions, but I don't know. To me, if the defense puts it out there, gets this manager on the stand to say, you know, we kept it there, so when I'm over, I left it there for some other reason. We have it being in the master bedroom closet, but we didn't really have testimony that it was in a shoebox with Rocky's name on it and a social security card and a birth certificate. Like, if you told me it was a keepsake box with all stuff for Rocky, this might be harder to excuse away or explain, give an alternative theory to. But if it was sitting apart from all other things that are obviously Rocky's that were not hidden, and you're going to have a manager come up and claim, like, yeah, I'm at his house all the time, I have that there, whatever. There you go. There you go. And again, even if that magazine belongs to Rocky, I would still say there's not enough to necessarily prove that that was the same magazine present in a semi-automatic firearm that night. And then you have the whole issue of justification. So I really think that, again, with all my concerns about juries just speculating, filling in the gaps, saying that they came to a conclusion beyond the reasonable doubt standard, maybe juries don't actually always get there. I think this is very favorable. Very, very favorable to ASAP Rocky so far. I really think he has a good shot in an acquittal. Yeah, Sabata, we're talking November 6th, 2021 versus April 20th, 2022. 6 months later. 6 months later. So, The other thing, we've really only talked about the manager coming to claim this, but Phillips, Mr. Phillips, I think that's the witness that they're going to zoom in. I think he's the one that was in New York. He called in on the phone either on day 1 or day 2 in the morning with the attorney squabbles before court started. I believe that is the person. I don't know the employment relationship, but it seems like some type of production role. He is the one that procured starter firearms, maybe singular, maybe plural, for Rocky. So he's going to be testifying to Rocky had access, without a doubt, to a starter pistol at this time frame when all this was going down. That's an extra layer on everything that we're talking about, right? And the jury hasn't gotten to hear from Mr. Phillips yet, but, I mean, they'll hear from him closer to the end of the case before they're about to go deliberate. And I think that recency bias is going to be very helpful. So, tons of different layers here. Yeah, and this is the thing, Taco Tuesday. You know, we don't have evidence of this yet, right? But I'm in here, I'm thinking it. I'm in here thinking this. We know that he's fired guns and was dishonest about when, where, his awareness of firearms. He's been dishonest. He hasn't been forthcoming about it, and that's raising a flag for me. But we don't really have evidence, because we haven't gotten to the defense's case in chief, of someone saying, yeah, I've seen Relli carry guns before. He typically would have them when we'd go out. You know, there you go. There goes your evidence on the record that Relli at different points in time had access to firearms and would carry them on his person. So there you go. That's how you could start wondering if that's a possibility there. Ash Hug says, who said Quez and Lil Mike? You know, it's weird you put the names in the different order like that. It sounds different. Lil Mike and Quez versus Quez and Lil Mike. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, we tend to have juror issues whenever there's an egg crisis in the United States. Is there a connection there? And I dropped it in the chat, but the Alex Murdaugh trial, there was like a juror that she was dismissed, and she came back, and it was like on the court stream you could hear her like asking if she could get her eggs, because she was bringing eggs every day to put them in the fridge. But you know, with like this egg shortage, there's a rise in people looking for like local people in the community that have chickens and are homesteading their eggs. Or I don't know if you guys have ever seen those, like, it's like a good faith system, an honor system, like the roadside stands where there's like a little money box, but nobody's actually attending to it. And you can put some money in, and there'll be like a cooler with eggs or like some vegetables there. But yeah, as soon as you said this, Chloe, I was thinking of that Alex Murdaugh juror. Bring in the other jurors, the eggs. And I think that might have been during another shortage period. If you guys didn't know, the state of Georgia, one of their biggest, like, I think their biggest agricultural export is actually their chickens, their poultry industry. So they got hit hard. I think it was like around January, like the first week of January, second week of January. They announced that they're shutting down like a whole bunch of chicken farms, plus quarantining everything in like a pretty big radius. So that's a big hit for Georgia's the agricultural sector of their economy. All those eggs, all those chickens, gotta be killed, can't be sold because of the bird flu. So no joke there. Oops, Violet Gilreath says, I told Kat you broke my brain, now we have proof. Don't put Chloe on trial. Tiffany Elite says, Relli caught telling 50 lies but truthful about finding shell casings. Well, I mean, technically. At some point, he found the shell casings, right? He might have found them at the shooting range. He might have found them in his pocket. He might have found them again after he put them somewhere for himself to find later. But technically, he did find them at some point. It's just very unclear when. Nope, they are on a break, and we're about to have cross-examination of the detective who investigated the case and just told us about the April 2022 search on Rocky's home. Also, I thought I bookmarked. Yes, I did. Mystic, thank you so much, Mystic. At the time, it was just ASAP Rocky living there. So we'll probably get some questions from the defense. Do you know if anybody else was staying in the residence? Could it have belonged to somebody else? And that's not the strongest defense, but it's very helpful in that it gives the jury somewhere to go if they're thinking, why else would he have this? There's a human inclination to want closure, to think everything has to make sense. We want things to have a point A to point Z, and we might fill in the gaps on how to get there, even if the court instructs us not to. But to give us an alternative, a Z, where, well, there's a reason it could have been there, it could have been somebody else's, I think is going to be, I think the defense is going to have to ask those questions to this witness. And you guys will see it as it plays out. You guys are going to see, again, the ebb and flow between direct cross-examination. Same thing with redirect. Ebb and flow. It'll flow back a little bit with redirect. Let's see. Hold on. Are we talking about banana and mayo sandwiches? I'm not going to judge it. I'm not going to judge it. I watch Andrew Zimmer's Bizarre Food Show all the time. And like yesterday, they were talking about eating guinea pig and some other stuff. So I definitely don't even think stuff like banana and mayo is weird at all anymore. I watch too much of Bizarre Foods. Let's see. Black Butterfly said $1 million question. Has Relli, the $30 million question, has Relli ever been in that house? He could have been plotting for a long time, reasonable doubt angle. That would be interesting to hear, just for this context as well. But additionally, the timeline of the friendship. Now, was Rocky the type to have a bunch of people come over and hang out at this house? Or was it like, I mean, his master bedroom kind of looked like a giant closet with a bed, right? Was his home like a stomping pad for him to get ready and go back out and leave the house? Did he bring people to the house often? Did he only bring close friends there? And was Relli one of those people that happened to come over there? You never know. You never know. But the thing is, I really don't imagine. I don't think Rocky needs to take the stand to establish a record for self-defense or defense of others. I think we've gotten that on the record from Relli. You guys have heard me talk about that ad nauseum. So to put him up there, you might be able to have like Ills or 12E have some questions asked and answered about, yeah, we've gone to that house, and when we were there, so-and-so was there, or so-and-so was never there. But I really think the best testimony on that would come from Rocky himself, and I don't think it's strategic to put him on the stand. It's just not necessary. Even if the state can't break him or question him about anything sketchy, which is a risk, I would say that Lewin would probably, or even Mr. P, would get up there and drag the questioning out, that it would make the jury forget what could be very compelling testimony, helpful for the defense testimony from the witnesses that the defense plans to call. So I think all around it would just not be good strategy. I really, really doubt you'll see Rocky take the stand. That's got to be like 0.0005% chance. So, but let's see. Wait, fake army eggs. What? Army eggs? Is this going to be a rabbit hole? I think I'm lost on the context in the chat. So, yeah, Angela Thompson. Oh yes, if Relli went to the gun range in California, he definitely had access to bullets. Yep, and I would imagine you're going to hear Joe Tacopino underscore that very loudly in closing. He lied to you, jury. He told you he definitely knew he wasn't in California when he was at that gun range, and then he came back 2-3 days later because he knew he got caught. And he had to tell you he actually was in Los Angeles firing 9mm rounds just weeks before November 6th. So, I think it's think that's very helpful to the defense. Let's see. Yeah, Micah, I'm with you. Rocky can't take the stand. There's just no reason for it. And Lewin will drag it out. Lewin will drag it out. Yep. And it's just going to create distance between what could be very compelling testimony. Angela Coate, yes, with the throwback here from earlier today. I love how there was no reported knife in the initial report. That's the thing. And to me, that just suggests, you know, Relli, this was not about the injury and suing because someone shot at you. This was in particular about suing Rocky. Why would you sue Rocky and not the other two?
No, not what I'm saying. But thank you. Thank you.
All right, before we go on the record, someone involved.
Before we go on record, they take it right away from us, you guys. Every time they come back, they do this. Welcome back, Peter. There's been a surprising lack of boom emojis in the chat. Let's see. Miss LJ says, where are the pics of the defects in the wall, the ground, the cars? The shots went somewhere. Do I have too much YSL in my head? No, you're thinking of all the 36 placards of all the defects everywhere when Mr. Brown got yelled at to move it along. But no, I mean, where are the actual bullets, right? We have the casings. Where's the other part? And where are the defects? Because Relli would tell us, yeah, he was shooting downward. And when he was asked to imitate it, he would change his angle to be more downward. So I get that things would ricochet.
Flores is on the stand, and I
They'd be
believe
kind
you
of
wanted
closer
to
there.
One more stipulation, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, just go ahead. Stipulation number 3 regarding surveillance video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard business. The stipulation is LAPD Detective Frank Flores, Carlos Camacho, and Luis Maria, along with LAPD Technical Investigations Division Technician Harry Lugen, downloaded surveillance video from the security office at the property management company for the business located at 6200 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood. The security office maintains security cameras on Argyle Avenue and on El Centro Avenue. The video was originally recorded between 10 p.m. on November 6, 2021 and 1 a.m. on November 7, 2021. The surveillance video contained in People's Exhibit 15 is a true and correct copy of that video. The system, video, date, and timestamp are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time. These have been stipulated.
So stipulated by the press?
Yes, sir.
Means they get to skip all the foundation questions to let a video come in.
Yeah, I because you and I have spoken before.
Yes, we have.
You know, the witness stand that preliminary hearing in November of 2023, right?
Correct.
By the way, let me just start out where you finished off. You had some questions about when you personally were made aware of one of the issues raised by the defense of Mr. Mayor's being in possession of a prop gun, and you said it was fairly recently before the trial started, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you never spoke to Mr. Mayor's from the day of the incident until today?
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to 12E from the day of the incident until today?
Correct.
All right. You never spoke to Blue 11 from the day of the incident, correct?
Correct.
All right. You certainly don't know what Mr. Mayor with Rocky has told his attorneys several years ago, do you?
I'm not aware.
Oh. And of course, you know, there's no depositions in criminal cases, correct?
Correct.
All right. So basically what you're being asked are questions related to discovery and disclosure in a criminal case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. One second. All right, sir. So you were assigned to investigate this case, I think it was November 9th?
November 9th.
Of 2021, along with detectives Camacho and Matthew. correct?
Correct.
And you've been sitting here in court every day at this trial watching every witness?
For the most part, yes.
For the most part, yeah. And as the detective assigned to this case, you're familiar with all the police reports generated in connection with this case?
Yes.
And because police reports are relied on at hearings and trials like this one, as a case detective, you want to ensure that those reports are as complete and accurate as possible, right?
Yes, I mean, they are a summary of the information gathered, but there are other parts of the information that's gathered to go along with that, recordings, interviews, stuff like that, but it's a summary.
Sure. But you want that summary to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And as a case detective, you spoke with other officers with knowledge about this case as part of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
And obviously,
Oh, Law and Crime is freezing. Their banner's still going.
for example, you reviewed and retrieved the video recordings pertaining to this incident?
Correct.
Some of what we talked about and just seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. 1616 Vista Del Mar is one, right?
Yes.
6200 Hollywood, is it Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes.
Hollywood Boulevard is another, yes, sir.
Correct.
All right. And you retrieved the Vista Del Mar video on November 9th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay, and the Hollywood Boulevard video, I think it was a few weeks later, November 18th?
I believe that is correct.
Now, on November 8th, 2021, law enforcement received 2 9mm Luger shell casings from Mr. Ephron.
Correct. Per the initial crime report, yes.
Yes. And those shell casings were submitted to the fingerprint analysis lab about 2 weeks later on November 21st, 2020.
I believe that's when they were tested, yes.
You're familiar that the fingerprints can typically be left behind on bullets when they're touched and loaded in a firearm, right?
There is always a possibility anything that's touched can leave a fingerprint trace behind.
So the answer is yes, they can, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the latent print lab, the LAPD latent print lab unit completed its fingerprint analysis of those 2 shell casings on November 23rd, 2020.
That sounds correct.
All right. And after examining the casings provided by Mr. Ephron, law enforcement lifted exactly 0 fingerprints off them, correct?
That's correct. 0 prints were lifted.
So there were no fingerprints of anyone on those shell casings.
That's correct.
On April 20th of 2022, so we're fast forwarding a little bit, you secured a search warrant to obtain DNA swabs from Mr. Mayers.
Correct. That was included in the search warrant for that date that it was executed.
Right. And in order to obtain that search warrant, you swore to a judge that DNA from Mr. Mayers was clearly necessary for analysis for probable cause purposes as well as evidential purposes.
Yes, to include potential evidence that could be in custody or that could be collected at some point during the investigation. A comparison can be made. If any evidence that we have or collect along the way can be compared to.
Correct. And after getting the search warrant for Mr. Mayer's DNA, you took samples of his saliva on April 20th, 2022.
Yes, as part of that arrest, there were samples taken.
Right. And although you affirmed that DNA was clearly necessary as part of the case, law enforcement never submitted anything for DNA analysis in this case.
Correct. We didn't collect or have anything further to compare it to. At least there's. Correct.
They didn't think it was him.
The alleged altercation between Mr. Ephron and Mr. Mayers took place on November 6, 2021, around 10:17 p.m.
That Law and Crime is freezing again. Their banner's still up. But that's interesting. We've got this 6-month gap between the time of the incident and the time of the search, but they get a probable cause
physical
Warrant
altercation
for
lasted about
saliva?
25 seconds, that whole thing.
Roughly,
Roughly. According to you, based on your knowledge from the investigation and your review of the videos in this case, after leaving the scene of the altercation at around 10:17, Mr. Ephron initially claimed he returned to the scene at around 11:09 p.m.
For my case.
As to what he's talking about when Mr. Ephron
They don't accurate, 11:09, give a minute.
Look at Flores. He said.
I'm not sure about the exact time, but I think he roughly said within an hour of the incident.
Would you agree it's somewhere around the events of that time, 11:09? Okay, I can go to the preliminary hearing or just read the question and answer.
Here we go. Preliminary, guys.
I'm trying not to be
I don't see this being impeachment. Why don't you tell him, just clarify what it was that...
Mr. Ephron told you 52 minutes more later, he came back to the scene, correct?
I don't recall him saying the exact time, but I do recall him saying roughly within an hour after the initial incident.
And you got that from watching the videos, correct?
On first review, yes, that's what I believe. It's consistent.
And I understand your testimony is now changed. You say you don't think it's him, but initially, you certainly thought that person you saw was him.
Yes.
At 11:09, right?
Yes, that was my belief.
Okay. And to you, at least, that was Mr. Ephron in the videos.
That was my belief because it was consistent with the time frame that he provided.
Right. It was consistent with what Mr. Ephron told law enforcement.
Correct. Within the hour estimate.
Okay. And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Ephron initially said it was him, you believe it was him initially, leaves the scene at 11:11 p.m., 2 minutes later.
Roughly.
The first part of this question is super facts, not evidence.
No, it's not good evidence.
All right, stop, read the question back to you.
And that person, whoever that person was, Mr. Ephron initially said it was him. Want me to read it again?
That's in evidence.
I'm trying not to do something very true.
That's in evidence. He asked Relli about the preliminary statements that he gave.
You aren't so, I'm not really mad, I'm not trying to mislead, but I'm just saying initially he said it was him, that's what my question was. I know now it's changed, well, Mr. Ephron in a second. But initially, he said it was him. So whoever that person was, I started my question out with, who Mr. Ephron initially said was him, left the scene 2 minutes later.
I don't know if it's an evidence or not. I can't remember every single...
You just said it.
I would change the objection to being argumentative. If he wants to ask, did that person leave within 2 minutes? I have no problem with that. But we don't need.
But that's what he recited now. He said 11:11.
Hold on a second, I can do this easy. Did Mr. Ephron initially say that that was him?
I don't recall if he used those words exactly. I believe he made a comment that may have indicated that, but
Well, for instance, you were here when he testified at this trial.
correct.
Do you remember when he said at this trial in front of the jury that he was sure that that was him?
Yes.
Yes.
So, just a week ago, or a few days ago, Mr. Ephron said that was him, correct?
Correct.
So whoever that person was, that person that Mr. Ephron swore it was him to this jury initially, left 2 minutes later.
Roughly within 2 minutes, that person left.
Objection to the prompt, as phrased?
Yes.
Through the objection. The judge specified you withdrew it.
And to be clear, you observed all the video footage that was recovered in this case.
Yes.
So if that is not, the new position is not Mr. Ephron, at least you don't think it's Mr. Ephron. Based on your testimony today, you have absolutely no video showing Mr. Ephron ever returning to the scene, correct?
Correct.
huge. That's huge.
Now, amongst the video you reviewed in this case was
Yeah, this is
body
boom.
cam footage, one by officers at the scene who responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
You watched that? Yes. Sir?
Yes.
And you are aware, before Mr. Ephron or whoever that person was returned to the scene 52 minutes later, law enforcement had arrived.
Yes.
And certainly before, if Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, certainly before Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, law enforcement had arrived.
Correct.
All right. And the police arrived at the scene about 18 minutes after the incident.
Yes, roughly.
Okay. And there were at least 7 officers there.
Yes.
And while they were at the scene of the incident, 18 minutes after it ended, these 7 officers were canvassing the area.
Yes, they were walking in and about the area of Selma and Vista.
And you saw them on the video searching the area of the location.
Yes. Adjacent parking lot, yes.
Yeah. Using the flashlights,
Correct.
looking on the ground. You saw them.
Yes.
I know you know this answer, you've been asking that way. You know law enforcement did not cover any casings in this case, correct?
Correct. The officer that responded did not find or recover any cases.
No officers ever covered any shell casings.
No.
Right?
No. You're asking from the radio call, the officer that responded initially? No.
Yes. Or any other police officer recover any cases from the scene?
Only the officer at the front desk that who took the casings.
Yeah, no, my question was from the scene.
Okay. No, not from the scene.
In fact, they didn't locate any sign of shooting, correct?
Correct. Other than the radio call.
Right. But that's a call. And you heard Officer Zizzo testify, I think it's Sergeant Zizzo now. You heard him testify. A lot of people make big calls or they could be misinterpreting things, correct? You heard that.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of reasons. Sometimes people are just don't stick around after.
But in any event, you do agree that the officers who arrived 18 minutes later didn't locate any sign of shooting.
That's correct.
And despite that, as shown on the video, after the police left and Mr. Ephron returned to the scene, he supposedly located the shell casings by himself without a flashlight within minutes.
I believe he said he used the light on his phone and he located him.
Within minutes.
Yes.
You were in this courtroom when Mr. Ephron testified that this individual named 12E had a knife during this incident, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the summary investigative report related to this case dated August 5th, 2022, sir? Yes?
Yes, I am.
And that's a collective sort of prior statements and a summary of the investigation overall.
That is a specifically, that was a filing summary.
And that's what you use to file the case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
All right. So obviously, in that report, you certainly wouldn't want there to be any accuracies, right?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
It relates to the crime, yes. Correct.
That's what relates to the crime.
Yes, sir.
Your name is on that report, right, sir?
My name is on the report.
And what you wrote in the last line, the first page of this report, the collective statements, is that the victim observed Ulunga, meaning ASAP Hills, was armed with a knife. Did you write that?
I didn't author this report.
Is it in that report?
It is in that report.
Oh, so some police officer wrote that.
Yes.
Who? Do you know?
I believe that was my partner, Detective Crunch.
Where'd he go? He used to be there, right?
He was in the back of the property.
He's gone. But he was there. The guy was
Yeah,
there.
he's been here.
He's running.
He's in the room. Is he up next?
And it was brought to your attention during the preliminary hearing on November 20th, 2023, that this report said Mr. Ephron identified ASAP Hills as the one armed with a knife. We discussed that in the preliminary hearing, sir.
Yes, sir.
And if you thought that that report was inaccurate, you certainly could have asked for that to be changed at any point, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, but honestly, yes, that was a mistake. But the prior interviews that were recorded of Mr. Ephron from the telephonic interview on the 9th and the in-person interview on December 17th, 2021, he was consistent on both interviews that the person with the knife was in fact Chloe. The report prepared for that August filing, there was an error and it did indicate the wrong person. That is correct.
Well, as I just asked you, if you thought that report was inaccurate, you could have asked that to change, correct?
Yes.
And you never did?
No, I mean, I answered your question. I mean, the record, I think, captured through the interviews is clear what Mr. Ephron said versus what our mistake was.
No, it's not my question. Did you change your report?
No, we did not generate another report to correct.
So, you were here obviously last Tuesday, January 28th, when Mr. Ephron testified on direct that he saw a knife being held after Rocky put the alleged gun away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to the knife, Mr. Ephron told police in November of 2021 that he saw the knife being held while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at him, and he was yelling at Rocky, right?
Correct. I believe that's the way it was described in that crime report.
So while Rocky's holding the alleged gun at him and pointing it at him, he's seeing a knife simultaneously.
He's seen it during that event, correct?
Not during that event. While the gun is being pointed at him, correct?
That's the way it's described in the report, yes, sir.
You also heard Mr. Ephron's testimony last Tuesday, January 28th, that he saw the knife being put away, and he then said, "What the F you got a knife for?" Remember that testimony last week?
Yes, sir.
And in November of 2021, Mr. Ephron told the police that only after he said, "Why you got a knife," did that knife get put away. Recall that?
I don't recall that specifically, sir.
I'll show you a report.
Okay.
It's 77 in our database. It's please follow the investigation report from November 9th, 2020.
Sustained. The objection sustained.
What was it found for?
Improper.
This is not the proper person to either refute or confirm what Relli Ephron told some other officer. So the objection is sustained. Go on, sir.
That was loud walking.
Okay, Arnold, move on. In any event, you saw an arrest warrant on Mr. Mayers on April 13th, 2022.
Correct, that's the date it was signed.
And to be clear, law enforcement received Mr. Ephron's complaint 5 months earlier, November 8th, 2021.
When we received it, it would have been the 9th. It was, the initial report was taken on the 8th, correct?
The 8th or the 9th, whatever, 9th of November 2021, you guys, PD, like the station house guy, November 8th, right?
Correct.
On that same day, law enforcement received, November 8th, 2 9mm Luger casings from Ms. Ephron.
Correct.
The next day, you along with Detectives Camacho and Henry spoke to Ms. Ephron again at Len.
Yes, telephonic.
By the way, that same day, November 9th, Mr. Ephron told you he decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business any longer. You understand that?
I believe the statement's letter.
And also on November 9th, 2021, law enforcement received surveillance video pertaining to the incident from 1616 Vista.
And now you see the video.
On November 18th.
This is where the knife comes into play.
And on November 10th, 2021, law enforcement obtained authorization to search T-Mobile information for Elijah Lunger or ASAP Bill's phone number.
Correct, the research warrant.
Sorry.
Yes.
And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Lunger, ASAP Bill's, his call detail records and his GPS location.
Correct.
And the GPS location data, I should say.
Yes.
And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, show that Elijah Luger, ASAP Hill's cell phone, was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th.
I believe that's correct.
And those records also show that Bill's, just so for Bill's silver, so moving this along a little bit, ASAP Bill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night.
Yes, subsequently after this.
In addition to law enforcement gaining access, by the way, you also gained access to Mr. Ephron's cell phone, correct?
Subsequent to his arrest, the physical phone, yes.
Yes.
No.
Mr. Ephron.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Correct. He did, voluntarily.
Right. That was in November 2020.
Yes.
Correct. So you had access to his phone.
Yes, we did.
By the way, did he mention that he had
823.
deleted any messages before you had that phone?
I don't remember asking him specifically if he had.
Hold on. I think, did he say November 23rd or did he say November 2023?
Subsequent to his arrest, the physical phone, yes.
Yes. No. Mr. Ephron.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Correct. He did, voluntarily.
Right. That was in November 2020.
Yes.
Correct. So you had access to his phone.
I
Yes,
can't
we
hear
did.
the year.
By the way, did he mention that he had deleted any messages before you had that phone?
I don't remember asking him specifically if he had.
Could be volunteer.
I don't recall that it was volunteer.
Particularly with the guy who was making the complaint about this guy, ASAP Rocky. Did he mention they had deleted messages between him?
Correct. Nothing was volunteered as far as that.
And you wouldn't know to ask that, obviously, right?
He was cooperative and provided his phone.
You wouldn't know to ask that, I said.
I wouldn't know.
Right. And the information on that phone contained Mr. Ephron's communications, as far as you knew, with Mr. Mayers, with Bills, and 12.
Correct.
And as of November 2021, law enforcement had Mr. Ephron's statement, 1, correct?
Correct.
Cell phone records, 2, yes.
I believe so, by that.
Video of the incident.
Some of it is correct.
Well, which video did you not have by the end of November 2021?
On range.
The end of November, correct. I thought you said November 17th, but I thought you.
No. So, because the last video you got on November 8th, right?
Correct.
So let's again. In the month of November 2021, you the collective police officers and law enforcement,
Correct.
had Mr. Ephron's statement. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You had cell phone records in this case.
Yes.
You had video of the incident.
Correct.
And you had 2 shell casings provided by Mr. Ephron.
Correct.
But you still waited another 5 months until April 2022 to arrest Mr. Mayers.
Yes, I mean, there were other factors involved.
Yes or yes?
Yes.
And during those 5 months, from November 2021 until Mr. Mayer's arrest in April of 2022, law enforcement recovered nothing else, no additional evidence to use against Mr. Mayers, correct?
Correct.
In fact, during those 5 months, law enforcement never contacted 12E, never tried to find 12E or contacted him, correct?
No, we never were able to contact him.
Able? Did you try?
No, I'm sorry. At that point, no.
Okay. And you understood that 12E was present during the incident, obviously?
Correct. We understood. They were present. They were all appointed.
Now, obviously, he would be an important potential witness in this case.
Could be.
Who's that? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified as the case detective, it's your job to look for all relevant information, right?
Correct.
So to be clear, you arrested Mr. Mayers without even trying to speak to 12E.
Sustained.
Let's now move over to the house search that you conducted, okay? So this was on April 21st, you conducted the extensive search of Mr. Mayer's residence, correct?
Yes, April 20th, 2022.
And during the search, Aside from what we all saw, and we'll get into that when I ask you about those things. You also saw boxes in his residence, right?
I'm sorry?
Boxes, like cardboard boxes.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to just show you a picture of these things.
Moving.
I guess we'll identify them as we go through the new exhibit to each one.
Oh, these are not marked.
Correct.
All right, your next exhibit is W's way.
Is it easier for you to see back there, or is it just we have it?
It's easier to see.
Okay, so you could turn around a little. This is W drawing?
Yes, W.
Okay. That's one of the photos you see things packed in cardboard boxes there.
Correct.
Did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was in the process of a move at this point?
I was not aware that he was in the process.
How about the next one, Liz? That would be defense.
X, that's an X-ray.
You see those boxes there?
Yes, I do.
By the way, can I go back to the last photo, the W, I think? Those cardboard boxes that you see in this photo, did you search those?
The closed boxes, no.
I'm going to just look for, I know you said yes. Those boxes. Did you say? Oh, closed boxes.
Yes,
Oh, I
sealed
did say
boxes.
closed, okay, closed. Closed boxes, sealed, okay. So you did not search those?
No.
Okay, next, please. No, the other one, lessons. Okay, this one too. Did you search any of those bags or boxes there?
I don't recall going through them myself. I know the rooms that were gone through.
I'm sorry?
I did not go through that room myself. I don't recall going through that room. But I know each room was searched by part of the team.
So, if that room was searched and those boxes were searched, would there be a report on that?
If there was anything, again, found relative to the investigation, items that we were highlighted that were listed, yes.
Well, you agree that those sealed boxes obviously weren't searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. The next one, please, which will be defense.
Y as in young.
Wise and young. Same thing here, wise and young, that's why it's knowing that box wasn't searched right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Next,
C's and zebra.
please, zebra. Those suitcases, were they opened and searched, do you know?
I don't recall specifically from my memory.
Next,
AA, Adam.
AA. Same question.
Correct.
Sealed boxes were not opened and searched, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that it? One more.
BB.
A lot of colors and a lot of things there, but any of these sealed boxes that you see in the photo there?
No, sir.
They were not searched. And during the search, law enforcement did not recover a 9mm firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You did recover a 9mm, Glock 9mm magazine,
That's correct.
and it was full, correct?
Yes, it was to capacity, 6
Right.
rounds.
Did you ever take the print off of that magazine?
No.
Never printed that magazine?
No.
You're capable of doing that, correct?
Yes, since it came from his bedroom, I didn't have it processed.
Okay. And there were 6 Sig Luger 9mm cartridges, right?
In the magazine?
Yeah,
Yes.
in the magazine, right? The 9mm cartridges were not loose or anything,
No.
they're inside that magazine. And that 9mm magazine, those 6 cartridges in the box, they were found in the box containing other magazines and other cartridges that were not 9mm.
That's correct.
Can we show the pictures? what I'm going to do, Dick, I'm just going to show you real quickly something the jury's already seen, but you may have seen it too then. Just the pictures of the 2 shell casings recovered by Mr. Ephron and the 6 shell casings recovered inside the magazine.
Okay.
So the ones on the left there, or say C. You see those?
This is the defense exhibit?
It is, right?
Okay, this is going to be CC, Charlie Charlie.
Okay, CC, right. So the ones on the left, right there, so yes, those are the SIG Luger 9mm cartridges?
Yes, these are the live rounds that were recovered from the magazine that contained within the magazine.
Okay. And those are different cartridges, obviously. The brand of the one on the right is what's called FC, or Federal.
Yeah, FC Luger.
Right.
On the right are the spent casings.
Right. And SIG is the other one.
And the live rounds are SIG, I'm sorry, SIG.
6 hour?
6 hour Luger.
Okay, thanks. Okay. You also recovered was 2 rifle magazines as well.
Correct.
As part of your investigation, you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms. As part of your investigation, did you learn whether or not Mr. Mayers was licensed to carry firearms?
Objection. Calls for yes or no.
Nothing I can confirm, but I heard he did.
You did, okay. And those 2...
Anything after nothing I could confirm as being non-responsive.
Sustained, the answer's true.
And the 2, the one gun, what was it called? You know the name of that 44 Magnum? Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle. That was Mr. Mayers. That was registered to Mr. Mayers.
Correct.
Right, registered to Mr. Mayers.
Yes.
Jack is again false for hearsay.
Overruled.
And the rifle was also registered to Mr. Mayers.
Second objection.
Overruled. That's right.
Okay. Meaning legally registered to him, correct?
Yes, both those weapons are registered.
And the other weapon, gun, whatever you call it, that was recovered was the shotgun.
It's a shotgun.
And that was registered to an individual named Lou Levin.
I don't remember who
that's
specifically
Levin.
was registered to, but it was a legal.
It was a legal weapon.
Correct.
Also, all 3 were legal weapons.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, that shotgun was given back to its rightful owner before he left the scene, correct?
I don't recall that Mr. Levin took it. That's just my recollection.
Okay, it's okay. Well, what would refresh your recollection?
I don't know if it's anything. Obviously, Mr. Levin took possession of the house when we left. He took charge of the house, so what he removed after that, I'm not aware of.
Okay. I'm talking about what he removed. I'm talking about what you removed. You removed the 2 guns registered to Mr. Mayers, correct?
No.
You're saying you left them in the house?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
So you left those 2, the Magnum and the rifle in the house?
Yes.
And obviously the shotgun you left there as well?
Yes, those are all legal weapons. And
All legal
not
weapons.
part of what our search warrant encompassed.
Okay, okay. By the way, you never asked Mr. Ephron if he had firearms back in November of 2021, did you?
I don't recall asking him. I do recall making inquiries as far as runs or checks. And I don't recall finding any guns registered to him during that period of time.
We're on the preliminary hearing. Page 271, lines 2 to 4.
What purpose is this for?
Impeachment, you just said, don't full ask.
It would be, it's not impeachment, it's a refresher.
Just volume 1 or volume 2? What's the page?
Page 271, Your Honor, lines 2 through 4.
Is this Detective Flores testifying?
Sorry, yes, of course.
What lines?
2 through 4.
Fair game. It's fair game.
Detective,
No.
you were asked by
You
the
follow it up if you want.
Did you ever ask Mr. Ephron if he had firearms back in 2021? Answer, not specifically. Now, you were here the other day when it was revealed that Mr. Ephron was on a firing range in Los Angeles in October, late October 2021, correct?
Correct.
By the way, the search of the house had 21 officers, more or less.
More or less.
When you spoke to Mr. Ephron on November 9th, 2021, Mr. Ephron told you that he believed he was grazed on his left hand knuckle area.
Object seems facts and evidence, not talking about
I'm sorry? He did not lie?
You have to inquire whether he said that. You're saying when the detective spoke to him, it assumes that that's what Ephron said. So ask him if Ephron said that.
Okay, this is close.
I know.
Okay. So on November 9th, 2021, did Mr. Ephron tell you that he believed he was grazed on his left knuckle area?
Yes.
And despite supposedly being grazed by a bullet on November 6, 2021, Mr. Ephron did not seek medical attention until returning to New York.
That's my understanding, yes.
And even though Mr. Ephron waited to fly across country to receive medical treatment, obviously there are hospitals in Los Angeles that could have treated him, his injury, whatever it was.
Yes, sir.
Fact is, Mr. Ephron only went to the hospital after Detective Menifee on November 9, 2021, during a phone call, told him that he needs to go get medical attention or medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay, Your Honor, there's tape in evidence that I'll play a portion of. You have the clip?
I would object, it's hearsay.
In evidence.
The jury's already heard. So
It's in evidence.
technically, it is hearsay. Go on to something else. The jury's already heard it. You play it in final argument.
Okay, did you hear it? Did you hear it?
I remember the comment, I can remember that line of questioning, and I think I made a comment prior to that as well.
Okay.
And I think in the context that he was making a comment about his injury, and I think I also suggested he should get it looked at, and I think that's when Detective Menifee also made her statement.
Her statement was that he needs to go get medically treated because of the type of case that this is, correct?
I believe that's the context.
And with regard to his statements, Mr. Ephron first reported this incident to the police, again, just to be clear, 2 days later, November 8, 2021.
Correct.
He didn't call 911,
No,
didn't go to the police on November 6, 2021.
that's correct.
Waited 2 days before reporting to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And when he did finally walk to a police station in Los Angeles to report to law enforcement, he did so in person with his attorney, Brian Hurwitz.
Yes.
Brian
You were
Hurwitz.
here last week when Mr. Ephron testified on cross-examination that he did not recall telling law enforcement that he told an attorney, Brian Hurwitz, who told him to retrieve the shell casings from the scene. You were here, sir.
Object is to relevance.
That's bad for your case.
I believe I was.
But when Mr. Ephron reported the incident to the police, he did, in fact, make that claim. correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Hurwitz, and that Mr. Hurwitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings. Do you remember that? Sure.
Read it back, please.
But when Mr. Ephron reported the incident to the police, he did in fact make that claim, correct? He told the police that after the alleged shooting, he called attorney Brian Horowitz, and that Mr. Horowitz told him to return to the scene of the altercation and retrieve the shell casings.
What's the legal name?
He's saying
It is, yeah, it's just, it is.
he told you that Brian Hurwitz, his attorney, instructed him to return to the scene to retrieve the shell casings, correct?
I'm trying to recall the exact context. I know he made several calls and he was given advice to go back. I don't remember the sequence of phone calls with Mr. Horowitz.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection. I'm going to show you your report.
Okay.
75, it's the August 5th, 2022.
Is this the first page?
Second page.
22, so we're,
Yeah. Bear with me 1 second. I don't see this.
I'm going to object as to we approach.
Anything can be used to refresh recollection.
Your Honor, you've already ruled on this, that's my issue. I don't want to do a speaking section, you want to just briefly approach?
Yes.
All right, so while they're approaching, just so you guys know, court is going to be dark tomorrow. So, and that'll mean whatever they're working on, or if they're working on something at all, it's not like testimony is going to actively happen. So timeline is shifting. Nancy Dillon's reporting that dark tomorrow will resume Thursday. Prosecution is now expected to rest the case Thursday. Let's see. Before the jury entered, it sounded like something happened with DDA Lewin's schedule. So something came up unexpectedly. So again, them going dark tomorrow might just be no court at all because Lewin has to do something else. So, and I'm sure if there's anything else, we'll hear about it. There we go. If you guys want to give Nancy... I've seen Nancy do reporting on several other interesting cases as well. So in addition to information about the A$AP Rocky trial, she's worth a follow. I definitely think she's worth a follow. So yeah, so all of that about, you know, maybe 12E taking the stand tomorrow, not a possibility. Not a possibility. Very interesting, the prosecution. Well, I guess maybe the prosecution tried to interview 12E, but the police don't try to speak to or reach out to 12E. And that's interesting because the detective's like, even though we had it wrong in the report and said, you know, Ills had the knife, we know that on November 8th, when Relli first speaks to police, he doesn't mention a knife at all. And then we get this mention of a knife and 12E, when he's sitting with Flores and the other officer looking through this video footage, right? So that could explain why we don't hear about a knife on the 8th. But you would think if the detective remembers Relli talking about 12 two different times, on the 9th and then also on December 17th, when they meet again at the police station and they start looking through these videos, you would think the detectives would make that a person of interest. He's in the video. He's in all parts of the video. Like, he's at the parking garage and then he's at the intersection of Vista Del Mar, Selma and Vista Del Mar. They just don't think to look into that. But they go out of their way to get a search warrant for Ill's phone. So I don't know. Star Vision says, wait, so if Relli didn't hear back from his lawyer till the next morning, around 6:40 a.m., then what lawyer told him to go back and get the casings 1 hour after the incident, as he says, when he went to get them? That's a huge problem, and it's something that Relli got caught up with at the preliminary hearing, and it was memorialized in an article that Relli was clearly aware of before he finished his testimony, because he retweeted the article in November 2023. And it seems like he's aware that he had to be ready for that inconsistency to be called out when he was on the stand, when Joe pointed it out with him. So big detail there. You said you go down there. Your lawyer told you to go back to the scene and collect the casings yourself. And not only does that seem weird to me, just in general, but we have evidence contradicting that.
So this is, let me just show you first, so you know what it is. Okay. Just read this part here from the processes. Just let me know. Feel my phone. Having read that, does it refresh your recollection that Mr. Ephron mentioned that he was told by his attorney to return to the scene of the location and retrieve the gun case?
Yes, sir. That's not what that even says, Your Honor. And you're correct.
You want me to read verbatim? You just said yes, first of all. That's exactly.
Is the answer yes? The answer is yes. Go on to something. The objection's overruled.
What is going on?
Okay. You and Detective Manfrey eventually interviewed Mr. Ephron's attorney, Brian Hurwitz, on March 22nd.
Objection will always.
Sustained.
In any event, law enforcement secured Mr. Ephron's home records from the night of the incident, November 6, 2021.
Correct.
And the incident happened at 10:17 p.m. lasted, as I think we established, 25 seconds more or less. Sir?
Yes, roughly from one incident to the second incident to the end.
And as you say, Mr. Ephron, an individual returned to the scene at 11:09, correct?
Correct. Based on the video camera.
Based on the video camera. And you'd agree, by the way, that Mr. Ephron's phone records do not show a single call between him and Brian Hurwitz between 10:17 and 11:09.
Not that I recall, no, sir.
And in fact, Mr. Hurwitz's phone number, which in one of your reports, I'm not going to say it out loud here, appears in Mr. Ephron's phone records on November 10th, 2021 at 12:19 p.m. LA time.
I'm not sure about the exact date.
Objectives will
So,
I'm not exactly sure about the date and time of that first call with Mr. Hurwitz on that line.
okay. You want to stick with it, then you can show the report the time.
I will not.
This, if I can speak this along. Do you remember in search of Mr. Ephron's phone records, there not being a call to Mr. Hurwitz until a few days later?
I recall some point after. Yes.
After.
Correct.
All right, that's fine.
At least directly, that show up directly.
Right. But certainly not on November 6th, going into the morning of November 7th.
Again, nothing directly.
Directly as opposed to indirectly.
A three-way call, somebody three-way to call, anything like that.
Did you see any indication of a three-way call on the phone records?
I don't know that it would necessarily reflect three-way calls, just a direct call to somebody. But again, not that I'm aware of until after.
Well, did you see any calls between the time of 10:17 and 11:09, for example? Was that wrong?
I don't recall seeing any calls between that time.
As detective, you agree, when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement moving evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right?
Correct.
Because that could tamper with and hinder your investigation.
It can.
Now, you interviewed Mr. Ephron's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
You never took Miss Parker's phone?
No.
Okay.
What'd Miss Parker
so
say?
Obviously, you never examined it to see what texts or calls have been made from it.
Not from her phone, physically, no.
You said you saw the videos in this case?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
You never saw a video with Miss Parker returning to the scene?
None that were collected, no.
And I want to ask a question, but I'm not one more out of the court's ruling, and it's a question that would be prejudicial to them if I asked it and you.
All right, what do you want off the record? Let me know what it is.
Yeah.
Judge is getting down off the bench again, you guys. He's down off the bench. He was quick with it, too. He's already stepping down, like, the little stairs to get up there as he's saying, all right, let me see it. Let me see it. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it is a small courtroom. I don't know. Maybe it's just easier that way, but it's interesting to see. Now, this is a pretty important line of questioning. They're devoting a lot of time to this attorney time frame. We're getting into conversations about Lydia Parker, Gemma Jones? Yeah, Gemma something. The girlfriend that, Takapina has information about the cash payment. So maybe they're coming from these statements. Maybe Lydia volunteered this stuff to the defense or both. But Lydia has said some stuff. Some information has to have come from Lydia. I don't know if they're still together because Relli on the stand last week said that it was his girlfriend, not ex-girlfriend. I don't know. Oh, we're back off the sound. Oh, we're back. Oh my gosh. It's a deep sigh.
You saw that, I think we discussed, I don't know if Mr. Persona played it for you, but the in-person interview you did with Mr. Ephron in December of 2021, where you showed the video of what was initially him returning to the scene. You saw that here?
Correct.
Okay. And when he was watching the video, he said initially that was him, correct?
Yes, that's what, he indicated by the form of the question. You're talking about the interview on December 17th?
The interview on December 17th regarding the person returning at 11:09.
Correct.
Yes, that was him, right?
That was, again, what he was indicating in the form of his questioning.
You heard Mr. Ephron's testimony regarding that and the evolution of that belief. He first testified here before the jury that that was him. And Mr. Selma asked him if he was sure that that was him. You recall that, and then he subsequently changed to that's not. It's not argument, that's saying context.
Just stay to the word evolution.
Changed? Changed.
Emphasize it.
Synonym for evolution. Changed into it wasn't. You saw that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Ephron say his girlfriend was there, but he then said maybe she was in the parking lot. You remember Mr. saying that?
Correct.
Meaning that may be the reason why she's not on video?
Correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Prislonik asked him about the clothes being different, like he did with you just now. You remember what Mr. Ephron initially said?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
He was just asked on the record.
I don't recall his exact response.
You remember him saying, I'm sure that was me, but I probably went and changed my clothes? You remember testifying to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Okay, it's okay. During your in-person interview with Mr. Ephron on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayor's even though he had a gun, right?
Yes.
Because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do.
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Ephron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he said was, I don't know why.
Objection, argument, and hearsay.
The first part of the question is argumentative. Excuse me. The first part of the question is argumentative. The second part is not. Read the question back.
What was just on that one?
When you asked him that, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun? Mr. Ephron couldn't give you a clear answer. What he
Yeah,
said,
That part?
That part about Ephron couldn't give it.
You get what I understand.
Ask the question again.
I'm going to ask it again. When you asked Mr. Ephron, why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing a gun, what he said was he didn't know why.
Correct.
With respect to the video recovered in this case, which you've seen the image of Mr. Mayers holding an object, which according to you appears to be a gun, you'd agree, without having that object, you cannot help that it's an operable gun, correct?
On the first incident?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On the video where you see Mr. Mayers holding what appears to be a gun.
Correct. On the parking structure, the first video camera, yes.
Right.
I mean, without it, anything else appearing on that video, other than him holding what I believe to be a handgun, I cannot determine whether or not that's an operational gun or fireable gun. Correct.
And with regard to the video incident, after reviewing the footage captured from 16 Vista Del Mar, that law enforcement prepared a document entitled Video Download Information Summary. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that document, law enforcement described what it could observe in the footage.
Objection, hearsay. Relevance, and hearsay.
Which one? Hearsay or
Here's
hearsay? You prepared a document describing what you could observe in the video footage, correct?
Correct. Notes that kind of detail what specifically can timestamp at certain points of different angles, angle for angle, and then obviously looking at everything collectively from all the angles together.
And, for example, what you saw appeared to be a struggle on the street at 2217.
Correct.
Specifically, what that video shows is Mr. Ephron apparently struggling with hills, ASAP hills.
Yes.
And you also detailed approximate distances observed within the video, right?
Roughly.
And you listed various times of various events seen on the video.
Correct.
You described that as a subject, I'm sorry, you described that a subject was in a dark colored jacket or sweater.
Correct.
In preparing the report, obviously you want to document anything that you observed on the video which was considered important with respect to the case.
Yeah, just give it a rough timestamp of what the events took place, and to give it a holistic view at the end of which we can look at all the pieces together and tell the story.
But in the report, you didn't want to leave anything important out.
Well, again, these are just notes to mark timestamps. So, yes, what I thought was important relative to that frame.
And clearly, as part of the investigation, Detective Flores, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in your summary, correct?
Again, sir, it's collectively. I mean, that's part of A, where the incident began, where we observed the gun. B, where the struggle took place, and you can see various individuals running in different directions. And then as we move up, collectively, we see the next video with sound, where we can hear the gunshots. I mean, it's collectively, not just one piece.
Okay, so let me just make sure you understood my question.
Okay.
Again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We don't restart on it. Clearly, as part of the investigation, if a gun or a shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something you would have documented in a summary. Yes?
Yes.
That's it. But that summary that you have, by the way, certainly does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
I mean, not from that angle. It's documented what can actually be observed from that angle, which is, I mean, the view is fuzzy. It gives you an overview of the motion that's going on. But again, pieced together with everything else, it's...
But that document, that summary, does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
Correct. It does not.
In fact, that summary does not even document that a gun was observed in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar.
Correct. That first angle, correct.
So you agree there's, in the video, from the video, there's no evidence in the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that an actual gun was being discharged, correct?
Judge, relevance and video speaking itself.
Nothing that I could observe in detail that I can see as a gun. Again, it's in frame with everything else, maybe.
Well, here's my question.
Correct.
Okay. Laser in on my question.
All right.
All right? Almost done. You agree from the 1616 Vista Del Mar video, that's that video, the one that shows the whole struggle and all the fuzzy stuff, right? You agree that there is no evidence from that video of an actual gun being discharged, correct?
Correct. From that view by itself, no.
The sequence surveillance video that you put together overlaps video from the 1616 Vista Del Mar video with the audio from the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video.
Correct.
All right. And that's the People's Exhibit 15? Is that right? It is 15? Okay. And you did that, right? You basically overlapped the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that had no audio, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the audio from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Correct.
And you put them together. And you agree that the 1616 Vista Del Mar video, you just said this doesn't have any sound, but the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard does.
That's correct.
So you overlapped the videos from each location, trying to show when the shot would have occurred during the 1616 Vista Del Mar video.
Correct.
Okay. Of course, if the overlap is off, even by a fraction of a second, the shot would not have occurred during the precise moment shown on the overlap 1616 Vista Del Mar video, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, you extracted 3 sets of videos from 3 different cameras maintained by the business at that location.
Correct.
And it's been stipulated, you heard of that, you agree?
Yes, sir.
On something. It's been agreed that the date and timestamp on the 3 cameras from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time.
That's correct.
And the reason the cameras are approximately 2 to 3 minutes faster than actual time instead of the exact amount is because each camera's off from an actual time by a different amount.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's not unusual when we collect video.
Yes, it's unusual. Okay. I'm saying the reason that you're using a range of 2 to 3 minutes as opposed to 2 minutes and 4 seconds is because each of those cameras is off from actual time by a different amount.
Yes.
For instance, on camera 1, you hear the first shot at 10, 15, 53 seconds. Hold on before we play it. We have to mark this. This is a defense exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to this states the stipulation.
That's what? What's there?
He's saying the video from 6200 Hollywood was off by 2 to 3 minutes. He's talking about the business, the parking lot address, and the
Why don't you two confer? If I don't need to get involved, I don't want to get involved.
I mean, that just makes it a little bit more confusing. Important to get it right, but that just made me hear the 2 to 3 minutes one more time by him repeating the speaking objection. So right there, I think the prosecutor would have been good to follow his own advice and not do a speaking objection.
the one that's off 2 to 3 minutes is this one.
Yes.
You guys didn't know it was actually.
Alex with the shades. Yeah, this isn't very quiet.
Off the record, based on what we just got here, you want us? Yeah.
All right. So they're going off the record. It sounds like maybe they're not coming to an agreement on which video is the one that it seems like the state was willing to stipulate to a particular video being off by up to 2 to 3 minutes.
The day after tomorrow, Thursday,
Oh,
and as close to that time as possible, we will resume Inspector Flores and have a return on Thursday. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else.
well, that was sudden. That was sudden. Maybe when they get the jury out, they'll come back, but they typically don't. But it seems like they might have been about to like argue with the judge, like argue with each other and have the judge hash it out what they're going to do with this discrepancy, which video it actually is that could be off. But again, like I really think that was audible to me. It's been hard to hear stuff in the courtroom. I don't know if it's better or worse for the jurors based on where they're standing, but I don't think it's a great thing for the state to keep hearing 2 to 3 minutes off on the timing, 2 to 3 minutes off on the timing, when the prosecution just made the argument that, hey, you see, you know, this happened.
Is Kaplan anything?
Hello? Okay, and now it says, what? Okay, so at the top here now, Law and Crime Stream says Love Affair Murder Trial of California versus Monica Sementilli. So did they just switch the feed? Did they just switch the feed on us? I guess they redirected us over here. All right, so guess that's it for that. We've got the California seal back on the screen, you guys. Yeah, so again, it was cut off a little bit, but no court tomorrow. It seems like the jurors were told to come back on Thursday. I didn't really hear a time specified, but I guess we'll assume 10:30 on Thursday. Again, that's 1:30 p.m. Eastern. And let me double check real quick if like Kathy put anything up over on X. What do you guys think of the cross-examination? I mean, I think like you're giving an alternative explanation to a lot of things. I think the attorney timeline is interesting, but really all it's making me want to do is hear from 12 and hear from Lydia Parker and from Levin. I want to hear from Levin, who not only are we supposed to... At first, I thought this guy was just going to come in and claim, it's my magazine. It's my magazine is randomly in his house. But we have testimony from this officer that when they check these weapons, they're all legal weapons, and one of them is actually registered to Levin. So that makes it a lot more believable that he could have also had ammunition over there. Either way, we've got this magazine that doesn't match a gun that's found there, but the guns that belong there, we have Levin and we have Rocky, legally registered firearms. So I thought that was an extremely important point for the defense to get out of a witness that isn't Levin himself, because I'm sure the prosecution is going to ask, like, you know, just like they did with Wally. You want to go to their bias, their credibility, potential motive to make sure Rocky doesn't get convicted, right? The prosecution is going to ask these same questions of Levin. You know, you don't want to see him go to jail, implying that maybe you'd take up for him on the stand here, maybe say that magazine was yours when it really wasn't. But this, having a registered firearm in his name in the same home, I think is really helpful to back away, to get the defense to have some distance between the idea that Lewin could only be lying to protect his friend, Levin. So, why are we ending? You know, I don't know. It seems like, you know, they were going to end in 15 minutes anyway, so it's possible the judge decided, like, we've got to hash this out. It's going to take some time. Let's just let the jury go. Right? Because they only had about 15 minutes. Okay, so Court TV has more. Thank you. Let's go over to Court TV. Well. And we'll rewind and we'll catch what we missed. Give me a second to get to today's stream. This is great, Nadine. Thank you. Let me rewind it back. Okay, I'm a little too far back.
As close to that time as possible, we will resume Inspector Flores and have it returned on Thursday. Please don't discuss the case among yourselves or anybody else.
So do they actually? Yeah, they do come back for, okay. I just went too far back, my bad. I'm just gonna let it play till it starts because I'm scared to go too far forward now. Thanks for streaming, Court TV. Oh, they're giving us music.
A quick question, not argument, quick question. Just procedurally, because I, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm in like Twilight Zone. The exhibit 39, I did not object. it was displayed to the jury before we put in evidence. Is that procedurally how we do this here? I mean, this was put on.
That says 6 photos.
Yeah, no, I know, but they were displayed to the jury before the witness identified them, before they were entered. Is that, I'm getting an objection, right? So I'm pleading an objection, I'm objecting, I'm asking procedurally, is that okay? I'm not making an objection. All right.
Is what
Sure.
okay?
39, exhibit 39, for example, these. They will put up on the screen, whatever it is, any exhibit, doesn't matter what it is, right? This. They will put up on the screen before they were shown to the witness, before, I mean, they were just put up on the screen.
Weren't they shown to Detective Flores while he was on the stand?
No, they were shown to Detective Flores like this, so the whole jury saw them also. Again, I didn't object. They're not controversial.
What's the problem?
I don't know what's the problem.
It's a question. Can we do this too?
Yes.
Wait, first of all, not only did I show them to counsel immediately before I put them up, I showed them I showed them to Mr. Takapina, Mr. Siegel, and the defendant himself to make sure.
You did very nice.
Anything.
So you both can't speak at the same time.
Well, to get him Johnny, I'm not arguing.
Just to make sure there was nothing in there that he found, too private to
Okay,
share. So what I'm
kind
saying is, I previewed this for them well in advance, so they can make any objections they want.
But I maybe didn't get the part where I'm not complaining and I didn't object. I'm asking a procedural question.
Just show him the photos first.
Okay, that's a show first, and then I just throw them up here, even though the witness hasn't identified.
You can put them up there and then ask who you can ask, the detective?
Now, one of my, hypothetically, I don't even know if you're on. One of my witnesses, right, say, I have a photo of one of my witnesses.
If it's not an objectionable exhibit, and a witness is on the stand who can establish a foundation
I can put it right up.
then you can put it up.
Okay, so I showed them, obviously, if they see it first, they don't tell me you have a problem, then I can just do that. That's what I was asking. In New York, if I did that, I'd get remanded.
If you did what?
Showed an exhibit publicly to the jury before it was entered. Literally. That's what I was asking. You guys are really California mellow out
We're
here.
a long way from New York.
Yeah, you are.
All right, anything else?
No.
May I say something on the record? Usually my house is not usually that junky. I just want y'all to know that. Let's be clear.
I got Rocky.
It was cool. Thank you, and thank you again.
That puts a whole new,
He said, "Don't judge me."
that puts a whole new light on the case. All right, we'll see everybody at
Right, he said, "We'll see everybody when."
All right, we'll see everybody at
Same time.
All right, we'll see everybody at
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know necessarily that there's action in the courtroom tomorrow. Let me double check if anyone has said anything. Yeah, he's like, "Don't judge me. House is messy. It's not usually like that." Let's see. Yeah, nothing new. I just see the last update from the judge saying look, we're going to be dark, but we'll resume things on Thursday. So I don't think that there's proceedings tomorrow. I don't think that there's proceedings, but they should be back on Thursday. So we'll reconvene then. Of course, if anything happens tomorrow, as soon as I see it, I'll pop back up, And then also Amy E, thanks for coming and hanging out with us today. Thanks for being a member. 6 months seems like, I don't know, it seems like a long time ago. It seems like it just passed at the same time. But thank you for all your support through and through. Appreciate you so much. Chat, thank you for being so kind to Amy E. See a lot of love for her when she entered the room. And I see Jason has been dropping Amy E's link. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you subscribe, help her grow her channel as well. What I really like about Amy E is a lot of her stuff is archival. Another word I read more than I hear said out loud, so I don't know how to pronounce it. And I love content and channels like that because sometimes when you want to go back and look for something, if somebody doesn't preserve it, if somebody doesn't upload it, it could be gone forever. So Amy does great stuff with her own channel, as well as, fun to hang out with over at Classy Beats. And I love when you take the time to come hang out with us. So big thank you. Lots of love for you here. And yeah, I don't have an update on just assume no court at all tomorrow. I'll schedule a stream if there's like a hearing, but I think we're done till Thursday. On Thursday, we'll see. I'm thinking the end of... We're going to see more cross-examination, and I feel like we'll probably get a pretty lengthy redirect for Detective Flores. The prosecution's going to get up there and try to make some counterpoints. It could be drawn out if it's what we saw with Wally. Well, that was cross. But then it seems like the prosecution has to call their, wherever they got their ballistics report. I don't know how long that will be. And then they'll rest their case. I don't think they've got any other witnesses. So should see defense start calling witnesses, and it seems like 12E might be front on their list. So I think it's going to be interesting to hear from the ballistics person. It's going to be interesting to hear this. The defense is going to call their own ballistics person, but there might be a gap in time, like a few witnesses. So there will still be a cross of this ballistics witness, and the defense is going to want to make sure they underscore, so that way the jury's not sitting there marinating on it. You know, what did you actually test? What do these tests actually conclude? What can they not conclude? And make sure we get that clear to the jury. Yeah, shout out to Cuff Boys. Big love for Cuff Boys. Cuff Boys does really, really good recaps of things in, I don't know. I always say like a 6-hour court day, he cuts it down to like a 25-minute video. And I've seen a lot of people in this chat today saying like, look, I got stuck on grandma duty, or my work is too busy to pay attention. But if you need a place to catch up, Cuff Boys has to be top tier on crunching things down into a short amount of time. Let me get his link here. Thank you, Amy. When I searched Amy E, I did not get your channel, even though I'm subscribed to you. So I'm going to have to add it to my tab so it drops down when I type Amy E into my URL bar. I was like panicking and relying on Jason to do the heavy lifting. Okay, but it's Love Amy E. Now I know how to search for it. Otherwise, you and Nick Starro, I could never just type and find them. So, with that being said, you guys, do you want to continue? Do you want to go to somewhere that, you know, currently talking about ASAP Rocky? Do you want to redirect to something that's not ASAP Rocky? Let me see what our options are. Okay, I'll do that, Amy. Thank you. Good idea. And let's see. All right, so I don't see that much true crime stuff. I see verdict watch for Colin Griffith. That's the son-mother murder trial. Well, let me just type ASAP Rocky and see if more results come up. Do you guys want to go over to, is that scheduled? I'm not a lawyer, but I see an upcoming stream for I'm Not a Lawyer. But it's not coming up in my redirect window, so let me try. Oh, she just ended it. It says streamed 14 minutes ago, so that's why it's not coming up in the redirect. It's showing live on my feed. We'll go over... Let me just type ASAP, and we'll go to someone talking about it. Did everybody end already? We're late, chat. No, Potentially Criminal is still live, so we'll go over there. He's an actual attorney. He's an actual criminal defense attorney. Also has been a prosecutor before, so he gives really good insight on both sides of the coin. And you'll see some familiar faces over in that chat as well. So let's do the redirect there to Sean with Potentially Criminal. And redirect. There we go. Other than that, since we won't have a stream tomorrow, and tomorrow is Wednesday, since tomorrow is Wednesday, you guys don't forget that tomorrow night we've got Club Classy. Make sure you come hang out. We'll hang out, listen to some music. I can be there on time since we won't be streaming, and that'll be great. With that being said, anything else, you guys? Yeah, Mike is, you're gonna go rewatch the Relli and Joe testimony. Heck yeah, that's all we do. Everybody have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. See you on Thursday. Okay, Injustice Served is still live. Thank you, Factual Lie. They didn't come up. So that's another good one to check out. Love Linda and Michael. I'm probably gonna pop in there and have 2 windows up. So see you guys there or over with Potentially Criminal. I guess Lawyer You Know is also live. So there's another one there. See you guys somewhere. Love you all. You guys all take care. Bye, guys.